got it.
There we are. Cool.
Using live streamed, got it. No, you're good to hang it. You're good to hang in there, Franz. Just just be aware we're live stream. Just be aware we're live. That's all. We are live.
I don't want to be interrupting.
Oh, you're not interrupting. In fact, I would like you to please find a faulty, I demand that you find a faulty dying battery smoke detector and rehang it, please, because I missed talking to you from Houston. Mission Control.
Oh, yeah.
I very much missed speaking to you from Mission Control.
By the way, Jeff, if I was a little bit sharp and harsh in my last text message, I apologize.
I'm getting used to it. You can smack me around all you want. Sometimes I deserve it.
I don't know about that.
Just getting used to it. I mean, you know, I'm about as downtrodden as I could possibly get right now. So don't worry about it. George, can you do me a favor, please?
Yes, sir.
It's a pain. Can you,
as long as I don't have to wear a dress, it's fine. What?
Can you take all the comments from the show announcement and paste them into the video so that everybody gets tagged? I think it works that way.
Find out.
He thinks it works that way. Do you know what did my question make sense? You understand what
I'm trying to see what's going. Wait.
Because I really don't want to have to type all that all over again.
All the show comments. Okay.
You know, all the comments that are in the show announcement, like the promo announcement, can you cut or copy paste them into the show video?
From the annex?
No.
I'm sorry. I'm not getting it.
Go to the group.
All right.
Find the show announcement.
Come on. All right. Here's the show announcement.
Do you see all the comments on the show announcement?
Community.
There's like, I don't know, 40 of them or something.
I don't see them there. I see overview, live chat, your replies. There's like 2 shares.
No.
I don't see that. I'm looking. Turn notification.
The show announcement is it's pinned to the top in featured, and it's also in the body of the feed. It starts with we will try to return to Facebook or something of that accord. And then there's a bunch of comments.
Looking for it. I'm not seeing it on my end. All right, so I have.
You're tagged in it.
I know. It's
still not working that way. Okay.
It's not working that way. I see.
Or am I just not asking the question the right way? Am I confusing you? Am I not wording this properly? That could be.
The only chats I see are the Kennedy Effects Annex.
No, it's not the chat.
No. I understand that. I understand. I'm trying to find it.
You know what the show announcement looks like?
Yes.
So what I usually do, well, I usually do it every week, but I especially did it heavy yesterday because of the sharing problems I've been having. I put all the names of the different groups in the comments section. They show up in blue on my screen, and it means that they would get a notification that their group has been mentioned. And then hopefully it would draw attention. I was just wondering if we could take all those comments and move them over to the show video.
I'm not seeing what you're seeing. That's the thing. I don't know if it's because I'm an admin, but I
No,
see.
anybody should be able to see them.
Featured.
Hold on. I open up features. We will try to return to our regular sharing of our live Facebook, of our live program on Facebook. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. At the bottom, where it says
Okay.
like, comment, share,
Share, right?
right above that, 41 comments,
There's
15
15
shares.
shares, right? Got
Click
that.
on the 41 comments. What do
View
you see?
all previous comments. I got it. All
Is
right.
there, can we, if it's not a huge cluster, can we take those, can we take those comments and get them onto the show video? Because then it should tag everybody.
Well, each tag has a share. Do you want me to try like to block them all in and just grab them all at
I don't
once?
know. That I don't know about.
Let's see if I could do that.
Let's see if we can get into the groups. Let's see how quickly we get stopped.
I could do.
Well, we're already on our own group, so that's good. Now let's see if I get blocked again.
So when I go to share a group,
You just copy
I'm just copying the link.
Copy paste. If you just copy the whole, I know. I'll try to do it. If you just hold a finger down on it, or
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I got it.
You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
cut and pasting
and
text.
do copy. Got it.
Copy and then cut. Yeah.
All right, and then
Because one of the weird little benefits, I guess, of doing what I had to do yesterday.
and you want me to put this into the public comment section?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if that works.
One of the benefits of having to do it that way was,
and there it is.
When you at things,
right,
other related things come up that I'm not necessarily part of. And I mean, that's not a bad thing. Skip them this week.
So I grabbed them all, and they're all well. There's Thomas Mack.
They don't need to be neat.
It's just.
I'm just hoping that it comes up to all these other places as a mention. So far, so good. We will skip them because they should say that on the air. This week. Myself open here. It's taking a little while. I haven't blocked yet. I think I hate to speak too soon. I'll go through this before I say anything out loud. bring the wrath of the Facebook gods down on my head. Well, I didn't get stopped. My goodness. Well, that's frightening. It's almost shockingly good. All right, let me run the boys room another really quick again. Wait, how many shares did I get out? Come on, come on, come on. 102. Nice, thank you. Be right back.
Okay.
Oh, gosh. Oh. Or 59, and he's back, almost like he knows what he's doing. Okay, let's see. All right, kids, we're 60 seconds away. Or roughly. Somewhere in that. He said. Oh, that's what I should have done. Damn. Oh, goodness. Oh, I'm smart myself today. Really outsmarting myself today. All right. What the heck time is it? 5:01, huh? What do you say we have a radio show, kids? We will be live in, oh, let's say now.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
And young enough to do.
well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
But it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view.
Well, it's up to you, it's up to you.
It's strictly up to you.
'Cause it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me.
Kennedy, Kennedy, Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you.
It's strictly up to you.
And it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me.
Kennedy, Kennedy, Kennedy.
Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair?
We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy and a change that's overdue.
So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy,
Welcome, welcome, welcome from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States on this planet Earth. The only one. We have third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system. This is the Kennedy Effect live with you for the 11th of December, 2022. One of our guests is already in the room and live with us, but before I get to that, let me just say to my loyal, my wonderful, loyal audience, thanks for sticking in with us. We had, if you were able to find us last week, and I feel really bad, and Baron Vanderberg will have to come back and visit us again, and then hopefully he will do so soon. We were blocked from Facebook last week. I was blocked even from places on Facebook that I am allowed to administer, which I guess you really need to be deep into the dungeons of Facebook jail to be blocked from the things that you have control over, as it were, or at least some form of editorial control over. I guess you really got to muck it bad for that. And I only got my sharing. The only thing I was allowed to do for about the last, like 9 days or so was approve other posts onto that other side of information. And I only got my sharing and posting capabilities back last night, less than 24 hours ago. So if you could not find us, I hope that you will go to our YouTube channel, that other side of information as well, same as the Facebook page, and watch the show from last week. It was short because it didn't seem like anyone was there, at least from the video point of view. But it was good. It was a really great conversation with Baron. And if you go to our home group Facebook page, that other side of information, you will also see a poll. I created a poll. It's one of the first things I did when I was let out of Facebook jail. I created a poll. What better way to draw attention to yourself than to create a poll as soon as you get released on Facebook parole, as it were. I think I have waiting for my Facebook parole officer to show up and see if I've been behaving. What better way to call attention to yourself than to create a poll? And I hope you will go and check it out. I'm asking your opinion about the future of this program and where we send it and share it and display it and broadcast it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I will hope that you will do that. Let's get to the business end of the program. Let me also first, actually, before I get to the business end of the program, let me say welcome home. Welcome back and welcome home to one of my dearest friends on this planet, George Dare, our technical producer, who is actually here with us live this week. He has been his, not just his technical prowess, but he, as a person and a human being, and as my friend, has been missed here at the program for a long, long stretch now. And I'm thrilled that he is back and part of our program. And, you know, it's April Riddick that's responsible for this program, for getting me, I guess, kind of rediscovering the courage inside myself to do it, even though I've been doing radio and television since high school. And it was her, her force of will, really, that helped to get us onto hot101.net and to TCP. And then next to April, the person who first jumped into this program all in, straight into the deep end, probably because of the massive salary I'm paying him, but he jumped in straight away, right into the deep end, and that is George. And, you know, when I told George I was going to take this project on, he said, I'm in, tell me what you need. And it's been brilliant. And I'm lucky. I don't know how lucky he is. I'm lucky. I don't know how lucky George is, but I am. And so I'm glad that he's back. I'm really, really genuinely heartened and glad that he's back. So welcome home, George. Thanks for being here. So let's get to the business end of the program. This is the Kennedy Effect. We return to you live for this 11th of December, 2022. This current program, and planned only one more for 2022 before we say goodbye to you for the holidays and wish you a happy 2023, because 2022 couldn't have, at least for this guy, couldn't have been too much worse. So thanks for being here, wherever you might be across Facebook. And we were actually able to share the program this evening to over 100 different places. I think 102 at last count, without being jailed. Isn't that amazing? Without being electronically jailed. Hey, wow, freedom. Wow, hey, America, freedom. Yay, look at us. Look at the plucky little guy with no advertising, but yet somehow drew the attention of the Facebook gods and got banned. Well, at least we're back, at least for this week. We'll see how long this lasts. But wherever you might be watching, listening to the across the 100+ places that we've shared the program, thank you, thank you, and thank you, and thank you again. We continue to encourage you, dare I even say beg you, to share this program everywhere that you can think of, where, or at least where you think you can, where you think it's appropriate. It is how we grow. You can stay right where you are and continue to watch and listen live. However, if you would like to come over to our home group Facebook page, it's right there on the screen for you. That other side of information, that's where you can take part in the chat. I can say hello to you. You can ask questions, have your say. I will pose your questions to our guests, or you can ask me a question, ask George a question. George is way more interesting than me anyway. Ask him a question. That's where I will see your comments. We occasionally will get a viewer, listener, who will place comments in the other places where I share the show, but I don't see it. And I always feel like those poor folks think I'm somehow ignoring them or afraid to speak to them or something, but I just don't always see it. So our home group Facebook page is where I will see everything, that other side of information. To my sisters, brothers, friends, and family at hot101.net, welcome back and welcome home. Thanks so much for allowing us to be part of your listening day. To our listeners, you know, in the South Pacific, really, especially the Australia and New Zealand region. It's already Monday. Happy Monday. I'm guessing you're not suffering the rain and snow that we are. Probably not in that area of the world. But thanks for being here. For our listeners everywhere else around the world, across the Western European continent, throughout Africa, the UK, Central and South America, and Canada, and of course the Pacific. All the way around the world, all the listeners of hot101.net, thank you for allowing us to be part of your listening day. If you don't know how to listen to hot101.net, it is so simple. Our name is our web address. You could go right to the main website and listen. You can also use any of the apps that are associated with hot101.net. You can go to the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store if you have an Android device. And if you should happen to have any other type of device, use the Tune In radio app. Go up to the search bar and type in hot101.net. And of course, please join me in playing America's favorite game show. You can say, "Hey, Alexa, play hot101.net." I did actually trigger somebody's Alexa. The irony of it is, I guess you already have to be listening for me to trigger somebody's Alexa, but it doesn't matter. I'm a child and I'm immature, and it made me smile. I was very, very happy that I did it, but I've only done it once. I will continue to do it until I want to do one a show eventually. I want to trigger somebody's Alexa, and at least they'll know that they have a new way to listen to hot101.net. What else am I forgetting? And of course, our friends, I'm not forgetting. I'm just trying to work my brain through them. So I think I'm actually a little bit thrown off kilter that Facebook worked. I expected everything to crash and be banned, and then trying to redirect everybody somewhere else again. So I think I'm a little off kilter. And TCP, the Culture Professional from Lancaster. We are proud and genuinely humbled to be part of all of these three big sections of our program, the three pillars, the three legs of our stool, so to speak. Facebook, TCP, and hot101.net. So let's get into it. One of the puzzling and distressing, and dare I even say sickening, political issues that was thrown into the fray in this last election cycle, 2022, the United States, what we generally refer to as the midterm elections, the congressional cycle, even though there are governors and state assemblies and so on up for grabs, we generally refer to it as the midterm or the congressional cycle. And one of the more disgusting, and it's a shame when you really can't pick the most disgusting, because there's so many different disgusting things that you almost have to rank them. But one of the more disgusting things, aspects of regular day-to-day American life that was thrown into the fray and used, dare I say, as chum in the water, was the issues around the abuse of, the scapegoating of, fill in the blank. I'm sure Janelle will have many more terms that she can share with us, of the trans community, of our brothers and sisters in the trans community. And these are our friends, our coworkers, our family members. If you're a teacher, these are your students. If you're a student, these are your classmates. The complete scapegoating and blatant attacks that were happening on this community, and the way they were used as a political tool. Janelle has been kind enough to visit us before. I think this is your second time here, if I'm not mistaken. And we thought it a good time to pick up the discussion, even though we are post-election. And even though I think I could maybe make a case that the scapegoating of this community actually generated, pushed people, motivated people toward the poll, and just the sheer scapegoating of it. But we wanted to revisit this topic and this issue as we very, very quickly turn the page from a congressional cycle into a presidential cycle. And the scapegoating of this community is sadly going to continue to happen. Here in Pennsylvania in 2023, there will be school board elections all across the Commonwealth. And I'm sure there will be school board elections in your area of the country. And this sadly is going to be an issue. So we wanted to talk about it. So we welcome back to the program Janelle Crossley. Janelle, welcome home. Welcome back. Thank you for being here.
Hi, Jeff. Hi, everybody. And thank you for having me again. I must have done something right the first time.
Yeah, you're way more interesting than me. That's what.
No, I don't know about that. But no, thank you so much for having me back. I'm excited to speak with you and our other guests, as well as everybody that's listening.
Before we get to Theresa, Janelle, could you please remind everybody, who is Janelle Crossley and how did you get here?
Okay. I'm an advocate for gender identity, and I have been for the past 15 years. I began my advocacy, like I said, 15 years ago. I went out and confronted the haters and the bigots. American Family Association, Alliance Defending Freedom, Westboro Baptist Church. I worked with the Amish community, helping an Amish male transition to female and remain in the Amish community along with their family. I think that's one of the biggest things I did throughout my advocacy career. I also extended my advocacy in about 4 years ago to fight school bullying. And this past October 31st, I actually retired from my gender advocacy, only in the way that I'm not going out looking for issues. If somebody comes to me, I will gladly help them. I will not say no. I will not turn my back on anybody. School bullying is a big issue, and Jeff was just talking somewhat about that. And whether it's post or pre-election, post-election, it doesn't matter. It's still happening, and we are still in a war. The reason I say we're in a war, because we are in a war with the government. We are in a war with legislation. We are in a war with the haters and the bigots in the community that are out to sabotage our lives in more ways than one, by throwing hate at us, causing harm to us, killing us. And the list just keeps going on and on and on. And like Jeff said, the school boards are elections coming up in 2023. And if you know of anybody or yourself that wants to make a difference and make a change, please run. Please run for school board. And hopefully you can, save a child's life or an adult's life, either way. So that's pretty much where I'm at.
You used a really important term there, and I think it's a powerful term. And it is one that I try to stay away from because I think it's overused in politics and perhaps even in advocacy, and that's war. Do you really think, is that how you see it? Are you at war?
Yeah, we're at war. I have no other way to say it. We're fighting a war, and just like any war, the only way you're going to win that war is build an army. And that's what our community is trying to do right now. We're trying to build that army that's going to, help fight for us. And that army is allies. That army is anybody that supports the LGBTQ community. They are our allies. And we need you. Without you, you're our biggest tool right now. And you're our biggest tool for equality. And without you, we're not going to get equality. It's plain and simple. We will lose the war, and more people will die. More people will be stuck in the closet, afraid to come out, afraid to leave their home, afraid to come out at work because they can get terminated for that. The list just goes on and on and on.
We do have a second guest in the room. She's simply not on camera, but with us on an audio aspect. For those of you watching the video, if you're going to be confused that you hear this kind of disembodied voice hovering over you, and that is our other guest, or I shouldn't say our other guest as if it's somehow, less than, but our additional guest, our equal guest, and that is Theresa. Theresa, welcome to the program.
Hi, Jeff. Thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me come on here and talk with you and Janelle.
Well, I thank you for being here. It's not, you're taking time out of your day and evening and life and so on to share your experiences and story with us. If I could just open with a very general question, same as I did to Janelle. Who are you, Theresa, and how did you find yourself kind enough to join us here this evening?
So I'm what can I say? I'm a mom and both of my kids are LGBTQIA. I've had LGBTQIA friends since probably middle school, and I moved out of PA. I was so fortunate enough to move out of here for so many years, but then I moved back because, well, my family's here. And then what brought me here to here was I saw your I saw a post about your show on Lehigh Valley Stands Up. I started really going to their meetings as much as I could during the pandemic, and especially during what happened with George Floyd and everything. And I advocate the best that I can for both of my kids. I'm frustrated. I'm angry about it. I'm more frustrated how bad people are being towards the transgender community and non-binary community, and everyone else that is LGBTQIA. And well, to what Janelle said, it feels like a war, Jeff. The reason why it feels that way is because so pandemic lockdown, everything was not hidden anymore. Everything was so open because everyone was in lockdown. And then the George Floyd being murdered, yeah. So then you have Black Lives Matter. So for 2020, 2021, it was Black Lives Matter, and then you had the uproar of we don't want our kids to know about white privilege or the real history of America. And now I want to say the end of 2021 and all through this year, it has been nothing but, well, we can't have youth knowing about the LGBTQIA folks at all. We can't have them knowing about gender identity, none of that. And my biggest issue is that they are weaponizing their own religious beliefs to hurt other people. My own opinion with that is, you can believe in whatever you want to believe. And honestly, a lot of the weaponizing with religion that has going on has honestly, like, I used to believe in that, and now it's like, no, you know what? I don't. I trust a Wiccan or a pagan more than I do a Christian. And that's the honest truth. Honestly, I like what pagans and Wiccans believe in more than I do Christians. Because, shoot. It just, but again, you can believe in whatever you want to believe in as long as you're not hurting another individual, as long as you are not, but people are, and legislators are, and there's supposed to be this whole thing of separation of church and state, and that's pretty much gone. So I even told my kid, I said, if they have you start praying or anything in school, you're going to bring your crystals, you're going to, I'm going to make sure that other religions are involved. If you want to start one, you know what, you're going to add the others.
Well, let me try to let me try this. As a Christian myself, do you think, I think the same people that are weaponizing the sheer existence of your children have weaponized the Christian faith in the same way. It has been the same way that the day-to-day life of your kids has been twisted, weaponized, lied about, for that matter, are the same kind of folks who have taken the Christianity I grew up with and have done the same thing, twisted it. I guess weaponized it. Maybe. I think you probably do have the best word for it. I probably should just stick with that. So do you think that is it really a religious fight, or is it a tiny group who have actually weaponized religion itself on top of the fact, on top of your family? I'm not saying it very well, but hopefully you.
No, I get, like, I understand what you're saying, and when you bring it that way, like, that makes more sense. But the groups of people aren't small; they're huge. The DHS has declared a national emergency for Jews, LGBTQIA folk, because of all the attacks that are going on. And yeah, there's Proud Boys in Pennsylvania.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
there's a group of Proud Boys.
They were stalking me at an event in Nazareth. Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah.
But then, Kennedys die early, so we're used to that.
Like,
I guess the point I'm trying to make is that, and I guess I'm making it, or trying to make it, I'm not doing it well, in the form of a question, is that I agree with you that the numbers of people who have decided to make, and it sounds way too cliche, but have decided to make an issue of this are a minority of a much larger group, but because that group is so large, even that minority is an awful lot of people.
Yeah, like, that's literally what it feels like. I'm thankful that my kids' high school, I'm not going to say where or anything.
No, and I don't want you, we don't need you to. Your experience, the fact that you're willing to.
But I'm saying that
experiences is quite enough. We don't need to know anything about,
So I'm just thrilled that my kids' high school and stuff is wonderful. It's seriously, like, rainbows, magical unicorns, all that. I have had no issue with anyone from their high school, and but I just don't understand, when people will say, the Bible, it's in Leviticus, supposedly, that says, homosexuality is a sin. All right.
I also just this past week, I don't want to necessarily say in preparation for this, but it did work out that way. I watched the 1977 miniseries Jesus of Nazareth again. And if you've never seen it, I happen to consider it to be the definitive kind of, I almost said motion picture. What am I, in the 1920s? How old am I again?
Right.
I find it to be, I think it is the definitive motion picture adaptation toward the life of Christ, although in the, for nearly 40 plus years since, we've come to, we've come to accept the fact that Mary wasn't actually a prostitute, and that Judas may not have actually betrayed Christ in the way that we've all been taught. But point is, my point is that when you mention, because I'm with you, I hear Leviticus being used a lot, but I also know, the Sermon on the Mount.
Yeah.
Or how can, when the disciples themselves ask Christ, how can we sit at your side in the kingdom of heaven? And he says, clothe the naked, welcome the immigrant, embrace your enemies, give your money to the poor, feed the hungry, clothe the naked. And they respond to him to say, but Master, we've never seen you that way. And he says, as you do unto the least among me, you do to me. And I'm butchering the quote, of course. But that idea, and it's not to disagree with you by any means. You're the family that's living through it. I'm just thinking, I think that there is the people who have decided that you and your family are the enemy. You're right. It's a big, scary crowd. But I still think they're the minority of my faith. And if it makes it look like I'm kind of defending my faith, that's not what I mean to. I mean to try to be an independent arbiter here. But
No,
I do think that this is a minority inside of it's a minority inside of a very large group. And I hope that it hasn't, that what you all go through on a regular basis is not, I hope it hasn't ruined us, ruined my faith for you. If it's not too much, first off, as we continue through this, Theresa, you don't have to answer any question I put to you.
Right. No, I know that.
We didn't have a chance to chat before the program, so we didn't get to lay out any parameters or anything that you didn't want to get into. But what I'd like to try to do, if it's okay with you, is to try to establish a little bit of maybe a timeline or a history, if that makes sense.
No, yeah, I was
as a parent,
bring that up.
So as a parent, when your kids come to you and open up and they come out to you,
Mm-hmm.
what is that? What happens there? What happens? How does that go? And,
Okay.
and I don't mean you don't have to get into anything that you don't want to get into.
I'm fine with that. So I'm going to give you history on that, because I have to give you a little bit of background about me to really delve deep into that.
Mhm.
So, I mean, middle school is hard for everybody.
Yeah.
I think, no, it was, middle school is honestly why I have mental health issues. It really dug them out. It's like, oh, well, we were here, but you didn't know about us. But since all this trauma is going on, let's just make it worse for you. So there's that part. But I wasn't popular or anything. I was hated on. I mean, extreme hate, where I was even picked on by teachers. And when I got to high school, I mean, high school was better. I will say it genuinely was better. My safe place for me when I was in high school was the choir, but also I found out about the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I used to go every weekend when it was open at the Lehigh Valley Mall. Oh my God. That was like, it's the most magical place ever. No one cares about what you look like. No one cares. It is the most inclusive place you will ever be around. So, and moving with that, yes, when my oldest came out to me, when they were like around 11, 12, and they came out to me, they're like, well, I think I'm I think I'm a boy, or, mom, I want to be a boy. I was, and I'm like, to me, I wasn't dumbfounded. I didn't, I really wasn't in shock because I'm a very open-minded person. And to me, it's like, okay, so, and, and from there, I went to, I talked to my son's therapist because my son was in therapy that time, so, and they were gender affirming. So, and I'm like, okay, so what do I need to do to support my child? And the reason why I think in those terms are because, one, I'm a parent. My child did not ask to be born. They, it's our jobs as parents to support our kids, whether you may not agree with their lifestyle or not. You're there to support them. You shouldn't be abusing your kids mentally, physically, or emotionally. So anyways, so my kid, gender affirming therapist, my kid has a psychiatrist and everything. 3 years down the road later, we go to a developmental, a pediatric endocrinologist specialist. And when we say, okay, my son is trans male, and she's like, okay, well, this is the steps you need to take. So mind you, we already had the therapist, the psychiatrist, all that, been doing that 3 years in a row, and she needed a letter of recommendation before even starting testosterone, and also to talk to an adolescent doctor about, how the body works, all that stuff.
All right, so forgive me, Theresa. Let me make a point here.
Sorry.
And no. Don't apologize. Trust me, you're doing me the favor. My audience, I should say, not even just me. And if Janelle wants to speak to this, please do so. But I want to make you made an extremely important point there. And I just want to build on it, and I want to reiterate it a little bit. So your child did not just fall out of bed one morning and say, I'm changing genders.
No, they did not.
You have already listed the psychiatrist, the therapist, the endocrinologist, a battery of doctors.
Yes.
The point I'm trying to emphasize here is that this is not like dyeing your hair a different color.
No.
Or wearing baggy shorts, or what, I mean, you know what I'm getting at.
I know.
I'm not trying to make light of it. This isn't just a frivolent, or being on a pizza kick where all we eat is pizza or something like that. This is not a decision made lightly. This is not a decision made in a vacuum. Hell, it's not a decision, period. This is embedded in who your child is. And I just want to make sure that we emphasize the point that a battery of medical professionals is involved in this. Janelle, am I making a valid point here? Is this something that needs to be emphasized, that Theresa's child did not just wake up one morning and say, this sounds cool, I'll do this. And she's lucky to have the backup of that many different medical professionals, because it would be my guess that if you are in more conservative areas, I'm going to flat out say southern states, and if you are perhaps financially challenged, you don't have that battery of doctors to support you. Am I right? Am I wrong?
No, you are right, to a high degree. But one thing I want to make clear, and I want to say it straight out, because usually that's the way I say things. Kids, it's scientifically and medically proven that a child knows who they are. They know their identity at age 2. It used to be age 5 or 6. Back in my day, I knew that I was who I was at 6 years old, and now with kids maturing and stuff a little bit quicker, that age is actually lowered to 2. So as far as choosing or deciding to be who you are, that's a false statement. And you already said that, Jeff. So why would anybody, let me back up a little bit. After me hiding myself for 50 years, and people ask me, why did I choose to be who I am? First place, I didn't choose it. It is who I am. Just like it is who you are, Jeff. It is who you are, Theresa. It is who you are, anybody listening. You are you. You're yourself, right? Okay. So why would I choose to live a life I lived? It's horrible. And just like Theresa was saying, our kids go through hell. And it's not only in the home, it's out on the streets, it's in the schools. And the schools are getting worse. You have parents.
I don't want to oversimplify it. I don't want to oversimplify it. And forgive me if you think I am, please tell me. But it's kind of like choosing. I mean, you can, but it's very difficult. It's kind of like choosing to stop breathing or stop eating or stop drinking. You know who you are. When you're thirsty, you almost instinctually pick up something and take a drink. When you're hungry, you instinctually eat something. It's not. I guess I'm trying to find different words for what you're saying to try, but only for the purpose of trying to make it very, very clear what we're discussing. These are instinctual things. Teresa's children know who they are. You knew who you were. You did not, well, I shouldn't say were, you're sitting right in front of me. Why did I say that? You know who you are, and you knew back then who you are. And I'm just trying to maybe even overemphasize the point that you just didn't wake up one morning and say, well, this will be cool. This will be fun.
No,
because it's not fun. It's torturous at times, if not all the time.
Right. And there are kids out there, and there are adults out there. It's mostly kids in the low teenage years, starting around age 10 to maybe 15, 16 years old, where your hormones are going wacky. There is kids out there that will experiment. They see things on TV, they see things on social media, and they will experiment. But 9 chances out of 10, those experiments go nowhere. Due to the fact that when they were born, they knew who they were at an early age, and they were not, they're born their birth gender, or both sex, I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. So there's a part, let me back up a little bit. There's a part in the brain, it's called the utero, and the utero part of the brain actually develops your identity before any genitals are developed within the womb of the mother. So your identity before you get your genitals even form, right? So then you're born, and the doctor looks at your parents and they say, oh, look, we got a fine young boy here. But do we have a fine young boy here, right? You don't know. And there's only one person in the world that knows, and that's that person. And that nobody else is going to know until that person comes out and tells you, right? And a lot of times what happens, to get into what you were just thinking about, a lot of times what happens is the kids hold it back for so long, just like me. I held it back for so long that you start building up pressure, I guess I could say. And one way that I always explain this is, if you take a bottle of Coca-Cola or Pepsi, you shake it up.
Yep.
What's going to happen when you open that lid?
Yep.
It's going to
Yep.
blow up. The same thing happens with this, right? It comes to a point that you can't take it anymore. And either you're going to blow up and tell somebody and come out, or you're going to hold it in like I did. And the next thing you know, you start doing self-harm. You start being mean. You start being destructive. Your grades start going down. You get depressed. You get anxiety. And worst of all, you attempt or commit suicide. I attempted suicide. And that was my turning point. So to have your child come out, and here's one thing that everybody can remember is, would you accept your child for who they are, or are you going to be your child's first bully? And on top of that, would you rather accept your child and love your child unconditionally, or would you rather bury them? It's plain and simple. And you know, it comes down to the point that, and I wanted to say this a little earlier when you were talking about the religious aspect of it. I personally do not talk religion. I was brought up the fact that there's three things in life that is personal. Religion is one, money is the other one, and your political party is the third one. You know, so, but what I will say about religion is Theresa was not condemning all Christians. There are the majority of the people out there that are throwing hate at us due to their religious beliefs, and they call themselves true Christians. These are the ones that we are questioning. These are the ones that we are confronting. And a true Christian lives by the words of Christ: love one as you would love another.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
One to others.
Exactly. And these people are not doing that. So they are not true Christians, and they are hypocrites. I'll be the first one to tell them face to face they're a hypocrite. And I've done it many times. You know, I don't hold back on that. So, but that's pretty much as far as I go with talking to religion, because I think it's everybody's personal business. You know, so I won't get into that unless they're trying to harm me or somebody else. You know, if they're trying to harm themselves due to that fact, that's kind of their problem. But yeah, so I just wanted to make that clear too. I don't think her intention.
No, I don't.
I know her intention.
I don't believe that either.
Yeah.
But it does become, because you are painted with such a broad brush. It kind of leaves it to us that know better to not do the same thing. Sometimes it's frustrating that we choose to play by better rules, because the othering is I just had someone comment on the program on one of the other groups that we shared to. I was lucky enough to catch the comment. I hope she is still listening and watching. That this issue that we are discussing tonight is not the main issue. That we need to save democracy first because we were on the verge of dictatorship. This is one of the first steps. The othering and the marginalization of smaller and smaller subgroups of people. George is kind enough to put up a poster. Why was I going to say poster? I don't know what I'm misfiring tonight on my words. Put up a picture of Reverend Niemöller's famous poem from the World War II era. I'm blanking on what year it was at this point. I'll try to Google it real quick and find out what year. I want to say it was late 30s. That's the beginning of totalitarianism. That's the beginning of dictatorship. We're already an oligarchy. We know that. We are not a functioning democratic republic currently. We are an oligarchy. But that further descent into totalitarian fascism is right there. For those of you listening on Hot 101 and listening to just the audio, perhaps you're having dinner or folding laundry or whatever it is that you might be doing in the background, you're not watching your screen, please allow me to read, if you would not mind. This is Reverend Niemöller's poem. I will try to find out what year it was. It's from 1946, so it's a post-war from the German Lutheran pastor Martin Niemöller. And I hope that I'm saying that correctly because my German is not great. And it is on your screen, and for the audio only audience, please allow me. First, they came for the communists, but I was not a communist, so I said nothing. Then they came for the Social Democrats, but I was not a Social Democrat, so I did nothing. Then they came for the trade unionists, but I was not a trade unionist. And then they came for the Jews, but I was not a Jew, so I did little. Then, when they came for me, there was no one left to stand up for me. Now, the titles in the poem might be a bit anachronistic. I would say not. But how many more lines could we add to that poem, Janelle? Then they came for the trans community. Then they came for the gay community. Then they came for the interracial marriages. Then they came. Then they came. Isn't that the point? That if we don't do something, that simply because I am not a trans person, that if I don't do something, there will be no one left. It's about standing up for each other, regardless of faith. And I prefer to use the word faith over religion. Religion seems to be a business now. Faith is different. I'm a person of faith. Faith, skin color, sexual orientation, gender identity, college degree over high school diploma, middle class versus upper middle class versus lower class versus I'm sure you've heard me say 1,000 times before. The reason why it's the 99% and the 1%, there's still more of us. There's still more of us. And if we don't stand up for each other, then what? There's no one left.
Right, and that's the big importance of allyship. And I said this earlier in the program that, you know, we need allies, and the more allies we can get, the better chance we are at winning. And if somebody sees somebody being harassed or physically harmed or called names, being bullied in any way, it's kind of our responsibility to stand up for what's right and report it for one. And if you feel comfortable doing it, intervene and stop it. There's so many people now, and I found this out over the past 6 years at least, that people don't really want to get involved due to the fact of retaliation for one and fear for the other. But I think retaliation outwins the fear. And, you know, I know this from experience years ago that I've seen things happen and I didn't say anything or do anything. I feel bad about that right now. And if you stop and think about it, things happen, and especially in school. You know, if there's a kid getting beat up in school, What's happening? Other students are doing all these stinking videos and everything, putting them out on social media, making fun of it, but nobody does nothing. You know, our schools are doing nothing. Our school boards are doing nothing. They're telling me personally that this doesn't happen in their school. Yeah, it's bullcrap. You know, why else am I there? I got better things to do than be there. But, you know, the other thing is the schools are flat out telling me too that they don't want to get involved. They don't want to confront the bully and the parents due to the fact of lawsuits. I'm sorry, but if you're afraid of a lawsuit,
Don't those lawsuits go both ways?
they do. That's what I was just going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're too wrapped up in their insecurities and fears of the unknown. They don't see that.
Theresa, you mentioned that the schools were great and that they've been great. They've been supportive.
They have been, except for the middle school. Like,
Okay.
I literally had to get a lawyer to stop the bullying that was going on against my son because they blamed it solely on his own diagnosis.
Well, easier to blame the one than the many.
Yeah. So I had to get a lawyer, and I did. And then it stopped. Someone came out in my kid's corner and said, let's do this. You know,
Right. So it just took that one person.
yeah, it
Just
took
to stand
one
up and
person
say,
to really stand up.
Right.
Yeah.
right.
But-
So are your children still in middle school, if that's not too much to ask?
Oh, no. They're both in high school, thank God.
Okay. So the high school's being supportive, yes?
Yeah, the high school's been
Were
great.
they that way from the and forgive me for the rapid questions. I'm trying to work through this for the audience. I just realized I almost sound like a lawyer here. This is not what I mean to do. But so did you have to convince or do anything with the high school, or were they automatically supportive?
They were automatically supportive. And this year, earlier this year, thank God my kid was born in Oregon, because I did their legal name change.
Mhm.
And all I had to do for that was fill out Oregon's name and gender change form and give a money order, and my kid's name is now legal. And it's legal on his birth certificate.
Why do you suppose, we're at the top of the hour, I'm going to reset the program quickly for, after this question, folks. Why do you suppose your school, and again, I know what you just said about the middle school, but once everyone got to high school, why do you suppose the school was so quick to be accepting? What, like, were you almost surprised that you didn't have to fight the same fights all over again?
Yeah, I kind of was, because I'm like, wow, that doesn't mean that my son, like, he has experienced bullying, but when it happened, the teachers got involved.
Okay.
I will say the worst thing that someone said to my son this year was that, and thank God the teacher and the administration, they took care of it as soon as possible. Someone told my son this year that he should have been aborted.
Probably the same people fighting abortion, which is ironic beyond words, but that's a whole different topic.
It was it was one of his classmates. It was one of his classmates at the high school who said it to him. And the teacher heard and took care of this student immediately.
6:01 Eastern Time here. The Kennedy Effect is live with you for the 11th of December, 2022. Glad to be back with you on Facebook. The chat on the Facebook group has been quite busy. Or at least I should say there being a lot of folks in and out, which is really awesome to see. Lots of people that I've been able to say hello to, some returning names I haven't seen with us for quite a while, and some regulars, which I mean to say in the best way possible, that we thank you so much for being here. If you missed last week's program, if you went onto Facebook when we normally start 5:15, 5:30, whenever it is that you normally join us, and you could not find us, we just got out of Facebook jail last night, right around 20, well, yeah, still less than 24 hours ago, we got out of Facebook jail. So we're happy to be back with you. And please go to our home page, That Other Side of Information. There is a poll question there about the future of this program. I hope you will have a look at it and you will take part in our poll. Wherever you might be listening or watching across the Facebook universe, well over 100, well, I shouldn't say well over 100 shares this week, back to our normal footprint, if you will. Wherever you might be, thank you. I can't thank you enough. Please let Facebook know that you're watching and listening, and hopefully, and that you don't mind us sharing. Hopefully we'll stay out of Facebook jail. I don't know when. I guess I'm on Facebook parole. I honestly don't know. I'm waiting for my Facebook parole officer to come and visit me and tell me what the conditions of my release have been. But wherever you might be across Facebook, stay right there. We are just glad that you are part of the program, that you are watching and listening. But if you would like to come over and join the chat, That Other Side of Information is our home group Facebook page. To our friends at hot101.net, thank you for listening. As always, we are honored to be with you and to be a part of your listening day. Our name is our web address. You can also listen. You can listen on any kind of device that is connected to the internet. I'm telling you, all my words are just a little bit off. I'm just a little bit in a different, I need a thesaurus in front of me to get my words straight today. Please know that you can listen to hot101.net on any type of device that is connected to the internet, a desktop, a laptop, a tablet, any type of phone. You can Bluetooth into Bluetooth speakers, Bluetooth headphones, Bluetooth it through your car. And of course, you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. You can also find us, if you have an Apple device, the Apple App Store. You can find the app for Hot 101 and the Google Play Store for an Android device. And if you should happen to have any other type of device, try the TuneIn radio app. Go up to the search bar, type in hot101.net, and you can listen to us there. And it's very, very simple. You open up the app, boom, you're listening. You don't even have to push play. Don't have to search for shows. Don't have to do anything. It's right there. Super, super easy. And of course, TCP, the culture professional from Lancaster, PA. Always pay attention to what's happening at TCP. I know that the morning show is not airing currently, but the news, the articles, the events that's happening at the Facebook home for TCP still continues to be very, very active, very vibrant. The conversations that happen there are consequential, and you're going to want to be a part of it. So we thank all the layers and people taking part in our program. We just say thank you. And we appreciate it. We couldn't be here without you. Please know that for sure. 6:05 Eastern, we continue to discuss. For me to just simply say to discuss the trans issue sounds almost like something terribly, terribly minute and almost minor. It is way more than that. But we're discussing from a couple points of view now, coming from Theresa, parent of children in this community, and from Janelle Crossley, the sergeant at arms in the advocacy of this, the heavy hitter in the advocacy for this community. But we're trying to dissect the issue, if you will, trying to speak of it from a couple different angles. From obviously Janelle's a member of the community, but also from the advocacy and more of the, I don't know, Janelle, not necessarily the business end of it, but the more formal end of it. And then Theresa, how living in a family that's dealing with these things on a day-to-day basis. So that's where we're at so far in our first hour. And always remember, please, if you missed any of our program, go to our YouTube channel. That other side of information, you will always find the complete recordings of the show there. So Theresa, when knowing that the high school that your kids are in now has become more or less a safe place. I know that the incident that you just told us about obviously was exceptionally distressing. And for me to even say exceptionally distressing probably minimizes it somehow. So you're home, your child comes home, tells you about what happens at school or what happened at school, this particular incident. And then you probably have 100 stories of 100 different incidents just like it, but what happens? Has your child been, gosh, I don't want to say prepared for such things, but all of the therapy, all of the medical attention, strong enough to handle this now? Or is it still, does it scrape the scab off the wound every time there's somebody says something? Do you start from Jump Street all over again? If you would, or whatever you're willing to share about that, could you tell us how that goes?
So, because my son is also in group therapy for social skills as well, because my son has autism spectrum disorder, which that group, oh my gosh, that I'm so thankful for that group therapy, because he's been able to handle bullies so much better. So I mean, it used to be bad like that, where it's like every time someone would say something, yeah, it was like starting from scratch all over. My son has been hospitalized twice for trying to kill himself. Both incidents happened while he was in middle school. My child told me about what the other child had said about the, you should have been aborted thing, last week. And my son was like, Mom, his teacher heard and they took care of it right away. So, and my son has also had a few of his classmates start to stand up for him. One of them has said, you know what? Let them exist. They are who they are. Knock off your crap. And the teacher let the kid stand up for my kid and applauded it. That day when my kid told me about that, I was like, finally. Because my kid has learned to stand up for other kids. He has friends at his high school who privately come out to him because they know he is a safe person. And my son has grown and continues to grow to be a better advocate for himself, and also to help others, to help his peers and whatnot.
How, from your best understanding, Theresa, how rare is that? Is it all too rare that the school and classmates will stand up? Is it becoming more and more common? What can you
for that, for at least from my child's experience, that it's been it's becoming a thing now. It's not so a rare moment anymore. It's happening more and more where, yeah, uh, someone says something, someone does something, yeah, people are standing up, you know. I guess that's a lot, and I wish that I just I don't understand the hate. I really don't. And people bring up religion or whatever their beliefs are. And it's just like, you know what? I'm not even, I'm not even in the same room with you. I'm not even in the same house as you. I don't care if I walk down the same street as you. I'm not bothering you. So there's no reason why you should be bothering me. It's like, be who you are, as long as you are not physically, mentally, emotionally abusing or hurting another living entity, then you should be allowed to be who you are.
This show is primarily political, although not exclusively, and I'm very happy about that. But I do find the irony all too ironic, all too difficult to take, that these folks who have bastardized Christianity to use for their own financial and political gain, and oh yes, he said financial gain.
Well, it's
These
true.
so-called small government folks who just I want government to stay out of my business and stay out of my bedroom. And if I want to have 200 guns and drive 4 Hummers, and that's okay with me. But if I don't like how you live, I'll fix it. Is there any way that you can reconcile that, given the fact that you and your family have to live that almost every day?
Yeah.
Or does it just remain a mystery to you?
I genuinely don't know why. I mean, I just
It's fine. It's fine. Look, if there's no answer, then that's fine.
yeah, the
no
only
answer
thing,
is an answer.
yeah, the reason why I don't is just because, yeah, I'm sure that you're out there making pornos with your guns or whatever,
That's one way to put it.
Yeah, that's the only way I can know how to describe it is, yeah, whatever. You keep, yeah.
So
They're
where do your children stand now? Are they? Gosh, I'm trying to be very, very careful not to ask you things that you don't want to answer, and you don't ever have to answer anything that you don't want to get into. Are they? So I know high school and all that. Is transitions continuing? Are they generally healthy, strong, looking forward to college, just kind of taking teenage life day by day? Is it, I assume within the 4 walls of your home, it's just like any other home anywhere else. It's
well, yeah, it is.
when they have to go out into the
regular
world
home.
that everything gets a little strange, or that everything gets or can get uncomfortable. But how is day-to-day life going? Do both kids continue to see all the doctors, and everybody's healthy, everybody's generally?
So right, I'm just want to stop you just for a second. So my youngest isn't my youngest is
Did I misspeak somewhere?
No, you're fine. I think that even though both of my kids are LGBTQIA, my youngest is female. She was born female. She identifies as she, her, they, them. She's just like figuring out the romantic stuff, the stuff that us parents, it's like, oh God, I'm the dating or romantic
Right.
part of life. That's where that is. But I will tell you this, that the one thing I love about my daughter is no matter what, she's literally a room of sunshine. She brightens her teachers, she brightens the principal's day. She makes everyone laugh. She is just, and she's kind of always been that way ever since she was a kid. Now my oldest, who is trans male, I mean, life for him day to day, yeah, it's one thing at a time. Because if we plan anything in advance other than doctor's notes, um he doesn't do very well. It's just one day at a time. It's okay, do we have our homework done?
Right.
Okay, do I need to take a shower today? It's for the basic executive
Right.
functioning skills. Yeah.
Gotcha. So now, where, as many difficulties as Theresa and the kids have to go through on a day-to-day basis, it also sounds like there's quite a few pockets of good, of joy. How rare is that? Is her family the exception, or is it becoming the rule?
I wouldn't really say her family's the exception, but her family is way above what the norm is. There's so many kids that come out, and the parents they don't support them, and it's very problematic for the kid and also for the parents as well. But over my years of advocating, I realized one of the biggest issues of people not supporting and not accepting, and let me back up here just a little bit, that I get a lot of people saying, well, I want my mom to support me, and my dad has to support me. My dad has to accept me, and my mom has to accept me. My siblings have to accept me. Nobody has to do anything. We cannot make anybody accept us. We cannot make anybody support us, but we can damn well make them respect us. And that's all we ask for, is we want to be respected for who we are. Just as we respect everybody else for who they are. I have not met anybody in the LGBTQ community yet that actually really downed somebody in the cis community. And I've been around a long time. And I'm not saying it's not happening, because it is. Everything happens. I think it's rare. But getting back to Theresa's family, Theresa's family is very, very lucky. When I transitioned and came out 15 years ago, I was very, very lucky as well. I didn't lose anybody in my family. I didn't lose any of my friends. I didn't lose any of my coworkers. I didn't lose my job. I didn't lose my home. And all these things you can lose. And this is one thing that I think the older kids, when they come out, need to realize, is that you can expect to lose everything that you have, right? And this is where advocates like myself, and all the other fine advocates that are in Pennsylvania and across the United States, come in handy for the parents. They can actually contact them, and we can work with them. We can work with the kids. I personally, when I do this, if I work with the kids and their family, I always want to talk to the child first. Then I will go back and I will talk to the mother. Then I will talk to the father if they're a couple. And if not, I'll try to find them, because they still have custody and they still have say. So, I meet with them. Then I meet with all of them together and try to get them to understand what's happening. And this is one of the problems that the majority of the people in society have that want to throw hate at us and hate at the LGBT community, hate at the Black community, hate at the Hispanic community, hate at anybody, is they have insecurities and fears of the unknown harbored inside them. You know, it's very simple, and they don't know any other release to get rid of those other than spit it out on the people that they are insecure and fearful of. So how do we get to that point where we can take that insecurity and that fear away? The answer to that question is visibility, awareness, and education. This is how we do it. How can you educate somebody on something that they never saw, they don't even know what it looks like? That's why you need that visibility. Awareness, how can you educate somebody on something that they're not even aware of? And that's where awareness comes in. And this is one thing that I keep saying over and over again. And it's not only with the LGBTQ community, but it's with gun reform and the Black community. If things aren't out there consistently, if they're not constantly being heard, they're not constantly being seen, nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to change. Just look at the gun reform. Nothing's happening. And the only time you hear about anything is when a tragedy happens. You hear about it for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, excuse me. Shut up, phone.
You're popular.
Yeah, I know. That's a bad part. Well, no, anyway, so you hear about these things for 1 or 2 weeks, 3 weeks maybe, and all of a sudden they go away until the next thing happens. And this is one thing that when I ran for office back in 2020, in my campaign, that was one of my big topics, was everything needs to be seen and heard consistently. You need to be consistent in just about everything that you do if you want to make change. And what's happening here is the legislature, the government, the haters. You got Moms for Liberty. You got Alliance Defending Freedom, American Family Association, Westboro Baptist Church. You have all these hate groups that, when they're not picking on one other thing, they always go back to something else that they picked on before. We're in that situation right now. So it's just a constant thing to keep them going, I guess. But we have to be the ones that send our allies out. We have to be the ones as the advocates to get ourselves out there. And there's one thing that I can remember that was very, very eye-opening to me, is years ago in my career, I had a supervisor or a district manager that was a real a-hole. But there's one thing that he told me. He said, if there's an issue or a situation that's not right, the only way to solve that is to get rid of the source, right? So that's what we need to do. We need to get rid of the source. We need to go to, and I know the co-founder of the PA Coalition, Dave Pope, just told me that the PA Coalition is they requested meetings with some of the legislators. This is what we need to do. We need to get to the source. And this is what I do when I work with families. I want to get to the source. The source is the parents, right? I need to get to the source to save these kids.
If I go back to the beginning of your answer, isn't the source, if I heard you correctly, and of course, as always, correct me if I'm wrong, acceptance starts, charity starts at home. Acceptance starts inside yourself.
Yeah.
You, Janelle, had to accept you before anybody else could. And then that gets combined with with the other point that you mentioned, that you had to accept you before anybody else could, but then also you had to accept that if they didn't accept you, move on. So
Yeah.
it's almost, gosh, how do I say it? It's almost like layered levels of acceptance. You have to be comfortable with yourself before anybody else can be comfortable with you. And then if they don't, then that's coming to the understanding that that's on them, not you.
Well, it is. You're right.
It's very
but-
multi-layered, it seems to me.
Yeah, it's like a double-edged sword. But you're right. But you can build up all the confidence that you want, right? I could have built up all the confidence that I could build up before I came out to my family, and I could feel good about myself. I knew who I was. I felt really good about this. I think everything's going to be okay, which in my case, everything was okay, but that's not always the case. So you can build up all the confidence you want to build up. You can build up all the self-acceptance that you can build up, but it only takes one person to not support you for who you are to wipe all that away. Okay, it's hard. It's hard to just drop and move on. You know, I have to admit, if I wasn't supported the way I was supported and loved the way I was loved, that I would not be here today. I can guarantee you that. I'd have 6 feet of dirt on top of me. And that's a fact. So this is what happens, that, and especially with kids, and I work with children and youth services on gender issues too. And they get bounced around from foster family to foster family. And they get placed with the family can't deal with the gender issues. They pass them on back to CYS, they go to another family. I worked with one of them so far that went to 8 different families in a year. And I met with each one of those families, but for some people you just can't get through to. For some people, they don't want that responsibility and liability, right? And a lot of the reasons parents don't want to support their kids is due to the fact of what the rest of the family is going to think of them for supporting a kid like that. And their friends, what are they going to think of them? Co-workers, what are they going to think of them? Right? This was my wife's issue. She was afraid that she'd lose her friends and co-workers because of me, because she supported me for who I was. And we need to get past this. You know, so it's kind of hard. Some people can move on. You know, I maybe now, if something happened with me now that something similar to that would happen again, you know, I could probably move on. But you know, people that don't have that background, that weren't in that situation before, 9 chances out of 10, they probably won't move on, wouldn't be able to. So, you know, it's very important. This is why it's very important that the parents love their children unconditionally. And for the most part, most parents do. But when something like this pops up, all of a sudden they don't. Okay, so if you don't love your child unconditionally, and this is just an example of what I brought up to Carlisle, Pennsylvania, when they did their non-discrimination ordinance, I addressed the council and I addressed the attendees. I said, I'm going to ask you a question, that if your son went to school in the morning and you loved them unconditionally, same as you always did since they were born, and your son came home from school that night and said, Mom and Dad, I need to talk to you. So you sit down, you have that conversation, and the son says, I like boys, or I'm a girl. Are you still going to love that son unconditionally like you did in the morning? If your answer is no, then you should never have had a kid. It's that simple. You know, you brought a life into this world. It's up to you to protect that life and to raise that life, and to love that light. That's your responsibility as a parent, right? So these are some of the things that I bring up when I speak with families and kids. It's pretty much the same thing. Like I said, I say things as they are, as I see them. And I went through it, I know. And then again, what better way for somebody to learn and understand than having somebody that's lived it or living it tell it. That's why it's so very important for people to not be afraid to tell their story. It doesn't matter who you are. Whether you're gay, lesbian, trans, black, purple, green, a unicorn, whatever, you should never be afraid to tell your story, because somebody somewhere is going to learn from it.
6:32 Eastern Time. This is the Kennedy Effect Live for December 11th, 2022. The remainder of this program and only one more planned live program for 2022. And then, wow, 2022, we hardly knew you, and I've known you too well, and for the most part can't wait for you to disappear. So we're getting down to there. Glad to be back with you across the Facebook universe. 103 shares of the program this evening. Wherever you might be watching, feel free to stay there, comment, join, send your thoughts. I will try to find them and keep up with them. If you would like to be an active participant in the program, come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. I will see your comments and questions in there and certainly present them to our guests for as long as they are here. And after they leave us, you're stuck with me. Don't forget, at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 Central and 6 Pacific, because I try very hard to make sure I don't say specific like we all did when we were kids. 6 p.m. Pacific, The Villain's View, Sergeant Mac comes up right after us on hot101.net and on That Other Side of Information. So stay tuned for that. So wherever you are on Facebook, come on over, give us a chance. Drop a comment, drop a question, That Other Side of Information. Hot101.net. Listen on any device. Our name is our web address, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and the TuneIn Radio app. And tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And of course, TCP, the culture professional from Lancaster, PA. George has been kind enough to put on the screen the Beatitudes from the Sermon on the Mount. I don't know if you can read them very clearly. It doesn't always work that great putting these pictures up, but if you can capture it, find it, Google it, have a read. That's Christianity, folks, not the corporate Christianity, not Republican Jesus who carries an AR-15 and trades stocks, but the actual Jesus. Janelle, comment for you from the Facebook group. Laura says, I was shocked to learn in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, an employer can terminate you based on if you are gay, lesbian, or transgender. In the state of California, this is not legal. You can't be terminated for the same reasons. Your thoughts?
She's absolutely right. Pennsylvania has no protections for the LGBTQ plus community. The Human Relations Commission, they do have protection. Say you go into a bathroom of the gender you identify as, or you're denied that you can file a complaint with them and it will fall under sexual discrimination. That was just changed within the past couple of days. That it will fall under now gender identity and sexual orientation. So, we're making progress, but she is right. We can be terminated from our jobs. We can go apply for a loan. We can be denied that loan just because of who we are. We could lose, if you're renting a home and your landlord finds out that you're in the gender spectrum, he can evict you for that. So yeah, I mean, we have no protections, and we're the only state in the tri-state area, I think, that doesn't have any.
Does the recent, and this might, I hope this doesn't sound an unintelligent or ill-informed question. I honestly don't know the answer, so I'm asking. Does the recent codification in law by Congress defending same-sex marriages, does any of that protect or extend protections into the trans community? I would imagine that you view it as a victory, but does it?
It does if you're looking at it in a marriage view. You know, because I'm married and I'm married to a cis woman, but technically it probably wouldn't apply to us because she is not in the LGBTQ community. I am not, she's not gay, I am not gay. So we leave heterosexual lives. I'm asexual. I can't stand sex. I never did. I never could stand it. I'm surprised we had a daughter, but I just don't like it. Never did like it. So to answer that question, I think it's primarily for same-sex marriages as the title construes. But
Do
currently,
you see it as a good step toward?
yeah, absolutely. It's a great step towards equality. And I think the Equality Act in the federal government, we need to get that passed. We get that passed, it'll be law across the whole United States. We also have the PA Fairness Act in Pennsylvania that's been in committee and hidden away for the past, I'm just going to guess 10 years now, that it keeps coming up for vote. It never gets voted on, so it goes back into the hole. So now hopefully with Josh Shapiro that won the government or the governor's seat, that we can get this thing out of committee and out of the hole and get a vote on it. Josh will sign it, just as Governor Wolf would sign it into law, but we have the right wing that is pretty much totally against it. So I think we're making progress, but it's not enough progress. I don't see enough people on the left pushing the right to change their minds. Trying to educate them a little bit more. So until we get that, we're not going to have any protections. And people keep telling me and telling everybody else that, you all want rights, but then you're going to take away our rights to get your rights. This isn't true.
Let me ask you about that.
Yeah.
Why do you believe when you have to make a case, folks, to anybody, if it's a court case, if it's a political case, if it's a legislative case, that you're trying to make an argument to someone about something, or even if it's high school debate, middle school debate club, one of the keys of any debate, again, be it financial, policy, legislative, political, economic, whatever it might be, is to understand the argument of the people that you're debating with. With that in mind, or let me back up again. Very often on this program, if not every single week, I will talk to you about the evils of Reaganism. That's a very easy debate to have because they are quite obvious. And all economic science data backs all of it up. And it's a very easy case to make, to advocate for the New Deal and the fact that we need another New Deal. So with all of that in mind, but for me to make the case for the New Deal, I have to understand Reaganism. I have to understand how it's failed, and I have to understand why some people continue to advocate for it, especially those whom have been devastated by it, but yet continue to advocate for it. You know, what's behind what is their real motivation, if they even have one, or are they just simply filled with lots of misinformation? So in any debate, you need to understand the argument of the people that you're debating with. I think that's a pretty basic tenet to debate, right? You don't just need to know your own side, you need to know the opposite side, because you need to know how to counter and argue, and I mean argue in a civil way, but you need, you know, if they bring up point A, you need to know how to back off of that and counterpoint it, and so on and so on. And heck, even if it's a really, really good point, you need to know how to deflect away from it. But that said, Janelle, why on earth, given that sort of preface that I just laid out there, why is it, do you think, that the basic human decency, actually, you know what? I'm going to back up and ask a question first, and I'm going to try to lead this through in some sort of semblance of order here. What the hell do you people want, Janelle? What do you want? Because I think the answer is you don't want anything different than anybody else.
That's exactly.
You don't want free houses and cars just because you're trans. You don't want gobs and gobs of free money. You don't want to sit home and never have to work in your lifetime. You don't want angels to descend from heaven and shovel your snow when it snows. I think the answer is, if I can answer my own question to you and hopefully not for you, when you are confronted with someone who says you want blah, 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 the truth of the matter is you don't want anything different than anybody else. You only want the same things that other folks have. Would you say that I'm correct?
Yeah, you are correct. But to add on to that, you know, people think that we want things different than everybody else. And going back to what you said,
I think people are afraid that you want more.
Yeah, that too.
You want special stuff. You want all the Oreos you can eat, and you want a free income, and you want a big mansion. You just want the same thing and the same opportunities the rest of us have.
I do want all the Oreos I can eat.
Well, I do too.
I love
the white fudge covered one, by the way. Thank God for Christmas.
But anyway,
Would be honest.
no, all we want is to have the same rights as everybody else. And as per the Constitution of the United States and as per the Constitution of Pennsylvania, we do have the same rights as everybody else, except our rights are not enforced. We're asking for enforcement of the rights that we have, which is the same as everybody else. So, like an example, you, Jeff, can go and apply for a loan and not be denied, whereas we can do the same thing but can be denied for who we are. This is not enforcement of that, right? The same thing with coming out at work. We can come out at work, we can be terminated for coming out at work, for being who we are. You come out at work, say you come out and say, you know, I'm a gypsy. They won't terminate you for that, right? But it's all that
let's take it to the most, forgive me, the most ridiculous degree. I walk into work and folks, I have something terribly important to tell you. I love you all. You guys are great coworkers. I think I need to be who I am. I'm heterosexual and I'm marrying Kristen. Nothing's going to happen to me, and I don't want anything more. I shouldn't receive any award for that.
Right.
Don't want anything different, do we?
Right.
Nothing
will happen.
Right, and nothing will happen to me. Right. Nope. Exactly.
Nope. And this is what we want. I mean, we just want equality. We want the same thing everybody else has, which we already have, but it's not being enforced.
So with that in mind, and to keep in mind what we were talking about in the kind of the realm of debate earlier, Why do you suppose then that there are so many folks, not just across your own community, county, the Commonwealth, but the country, and to be honest, outside this country? We just saw this week legislation passed in Russia that essentially makes it illegal to exist if you are part of your community. If you are LGBTQIA, it's essentially a death sentence if they find out. So that said, why do you think that so many people are convinced that they will lose something if you simply get to the same level?
Two things: lack of understanding, and the insecurities and fears of the unknown within themselves. A lot of people that have different opinions on different groups of people have that tendency not to want to learn about them for whatever reason. You know, is it a fear that they have? Is it a fear that we might be better than they are? And I can almost tell you that in a lot of instances that the LGBTQ community plus community as a whole, gay, lesbians, trans, non-binary, everybody, I think from what I've been seeing and what people have been telling me that are allies, that we are pretty much the nicest community of people out there. You don't hear too many of us spreading hate and bigotry around and making fun of other people. You know, I have never ever heard of anybody in our community doing that. You know, I've heard of people with different opinions on us, but in being in the same community, which everybody does that. But I think one of the big issues with, especially in the government, is that these legislators, they want to do whatever they can for their own personal gain and recognition. They want to...
Power and money.
What's that?
Power and money.
Yeah, exactly. They want to fit in with that clique that they were drawn into on their first or second day after being elected, to impress their peers. They want to fit in with that group that wants to press the issue of, I don't want to say wrongdoing, but press the issue of whatever their supporters and donors want them to do, right? You know, I've seen this when I was running for office, and that's one thing that one woman asked me in one of my coffee hours. She said, Janelle, I'm going to ask you a question. I want an honest answer. And I said, that's all you're going to get from me. And she said, when you're elected, your first day in the House of Representatives, seasoned legislators come up to you and say, you need to do this or you need to do that. How are you going to respond to that? And I looked at her straight in the face and I said, I'm going to tell them that I don't have to do anything, because I made up my mind, and I've never done this in my whole life. I've been a loner my whole life, pretty much. Anything that I did on my own. And that would be the same thing if I would have got elected. I would not be drugged into those cliques and have to impress my peers just for something that I didn't believe in. That's one thing I will not do. If I don't believe in something, you'll know about it. But you know, if I believe in something, I'm going to stand up for it. I'm going to stand up for what's right, and I'm going to do whatever I can do to make it happen. And that's what I've been doing for 15 years.
So then you may have answered this in a different question, but let's try to follow this thought through somewhat logically, which is rare for me, but I try to be logical. Why do you think, and I should preface again by saying that I'm sure that the answer to this question is somewhat obvious, but for the sake of the audience and for the sake of the discussion, and just to try to shake out every bit of it here, why do you think that your community is such an easy target? Is that you're at the top of the list of targets, that you're right, the trans community, if not the entire LGBTQIA community, but the trans community, I think even in particular, seems to be a real easy, quick place to go for attack, for convenient political attack, for scapegoating. You seem to be a real, you're right at the top of the list. Why do you think that is?
My thoughts on that is, through all my years of work, that there's not, and there hasn't been over the past many years, enough visibility, awareness, and education out there. Just like anything else that's different, people need to learn about it. You get a brand new, you go out and you buy a brand new car, and you bring it home, and nobody went over anything with it. It's different, right? You need to learn about that car. You need to learn what that car can do. You need to learn how that car is. And the same thing with people. Human beings. We're all human beings. We all walk the face of this earth. We breathe the same air. Our blood is red. And that's the way we need to start treating people, like we want to be treated, for one. And as a human being, people are not a what. We're who's. And it's not Cindy Lou Who either. but
I see your Christmas decorations behind you, so I think you are. But I'm just, Janelle Lou.
Might be my wife. My wife, her name's Cindy. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, it's a lack of education, it's a lack of knowledge, and it's here again. It falls right back to the insecurities and fears of the unknown.
Theresa, what about you? Why do you think that the trans community in particular, and the entire LGBTQIA community, but I really do think the trans community in particular has an extra burden here, or seems to have a larger target, if you will? Maybe that's a better way to put it. Why do you think there's such a target and such a quick, I should not have said easy target, that's the wrong wording, but and I think Janelle understood I used the wrong word there, but you're such a quick target, you're such a first line of attack target. Why do you think that is?
I'm gonna be honest and say I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why. There's a lot of things I don't know why about. I mean, and that's one of them. It's like, it's the same simple question as, what the hell is your problem? And I've been saying that forever. I mean, no, it's not the same as like what I went through, because the phrase, people are insecure of the unknown. I mean, some of that's true, where I don't believe that part is more on the on the appearance of someone, because I was told that lie all through middle school. When I was like made fun of because I'm fat. It's just, that's why it's like I have a hard time believing that. I mean, I honestly believe there's just pure hatred out there. It pure simple hate. and some of that, like, yeah, people hate what they don't know. I mean, some of that, I mean, the other, I guess you could, I mean, a lot of that also goes into the whole white supremacy and everything as well, too. Because being brought up again is the Jewish community, and they're getting hate on them. They've gotten so much backlash from freaking Kanye mental nut job West. I'm just like, the dude has schizophrenia. I'm certain of it. And it's just like, I've always wondered that basic question ever my whole life. I really have, because I don't know. I mean, and the simple question is like, why do you hate me? What did I do to you? And I have always wondered those two basic questions ever since
how
I
much-
was a kid.
How much more difficult does it make? Either of you could take the question if you wish, as we come up to the top of the hour. How much more difficult does it make it to achieve that self-acceptance? And then perhaps to take the next step and do what Janelle does and not just even come to a self-realization and the self-acceptance, but then step out and advocate and fight for your community when you really can't seem to wrap your head around an understanding of where the hate comes from in the first place. And certainly don't mean that as to, like, I mean, I'm with you. I know my politics informs me why your community is targeted, because it's simple. Because it is a community that is largely misunderstood or misunderstood, badly understood, misinformed about, deliberately misinformed about, and just a general lack of understanding. So it makes it an easy target, the same way it's easy to target. And as we segment our society down into smaller and smaller and smaller groups, the people at the top stay isolated and insulated. My politics informed me of that when the 99% is divided down into 99 separate 1% groups, then the actual economic 1% can find it a lot easier to control the rest of us and keep us fighting amongst ourselves. But when you cannot come to a genuine understanding of why so many people hate you, Janelle, how do you fight it?
This is it's kind of a hard question to ask, but I can only answer that question from my own experience, and I think that's probably what you want. But there's a lot of advocates out there, and there's a lot of advocates out there that do different things. There's different ways to advocate on the same subject. When I decided I wanted to be an advocate 15 years ago, I promised myself that I wanted to get out and I wanted to listen to why the haters and the bigots feel the way they do about us. This is one reason why I reached out to the haters and the bigots, the hate groups like Alliance Defending Freedom, American Family Association, Westboro Baptist, like I mentioned earlier. I wanted to hear what they had to say. I wasn't going in there with the thought in my mind that I'm going to change the way they think, right? I went in to listen. I'm a listener. And to be honest with you, the Westboro Baptist Church meeting was the worst meeting I ever had. It was terrible. But I had to keep my composure. I couldn't show any kind of frustration or anything like that, because people can sense that, and then they're not going to say anything to you. So you're going to lose the meeting. But anyway, I think in my situation, I knew what happened with me throughout my journey. And when I transitioned, the day after I transitioned, I decided I'm going to be an advocate. And it just happened just at the snap of the finger, because I was the type of person that when I do things, my wife and my daughter call me the methodical monster. I'm very, very methodical of what I do and how I do it. So I sit down and I plan out everything I want to do, and I follow that to the T. And my thing was back then that I wanted to find out why people felt the way they did about us. And I think the biggest thing that I brought away from that, two big things that I brought away from that was, number one, faith got in the way, and we already know that. Number two, I sensed when I'm talking to some of these people, and I'm going to go right back to insecurities and fears of the unknown again, that I could sense that they had insecurities within themselves, that if they would support and talk about our community in a nice way, that what would their friends think about them? And I said this earlier too. Right? So that's where your insecurities are coming in. They're very insecure within themselves as far as, what people are going to think of them for supporting people like us. And the other thing is the fear of the unknown. And the fear of the unknown is they know nothing about us, for one thing, right? We grew up in years back when I grew up, we grew up in the stereotype that men that wore dresses or wore women's clothes were gay, for one thing. And also they were liars to themselves, right? But as time moved on, I think society is becoming more and more educated and willing to learn a little bit more than what they have in the past. And kind of what I'm saying is, when I was brought up, my parents, there for a while, they were against me. They were against people like me. They were against gays and lesbians. They were against Black people. But as time grew on, they became more involved in community things, and they learned that, hey, they're no different than I am, right? So they're learning, and this is where the fears of the unknown come in, and this is what we have to get through to these people, that we are no different than anybody else. We may look different than some other people, but who cares? All dogs don't look the same, right? So my dog could look different than your dog. You're going to come at me because my dog's different than yours? Come on. Let's stop. So, that's what I learned throughout my years. And like I said, a lot of advocates out there, they didn't do what I did for whatever reason. A lot of people told me it took guts. It's so courageous and brave, and I don't see it that way. I just see it as something that I needed to do. And somebody needed to do it because nobody was doing it. So I build up that confidence. I built up that confidence. I knew who I was. I accepted myself for who I was, and I knew that I could do it. And if I went out and did it, and I got crapped on for doing it or whatever, then I'd have to stand up for what's right and fight for my beliefs. And that's what I would do. But I can honestly say that throughout my 15 years of living my true self, that I have never had any kind of direct hate thrown at me. Even when I ran for office, I had no hate thrown at me because of my identity. All the hate that was thrown at me is because I ran as a Democrat. Go figure.
Oh, we're just another group to be attacked. That's all.
Yeah.
Here's-
Yeah. And I think what helped me with a lot of that was because I was so visible. You know, I was visible in my community. I was visible in the state of Pennsylvania. I won numerous awards for my advocacy. So, you know, I was very visible, and people were aware of me and who I was. And not everybody can do that. And I brought that up before in this conversation, that not everybody can be visible. Not everybody wants to be visible, right? For whatever reason. So, you know, that's what I found throughout my years.
7:07 Eastern time. We are into our third hour, believe it or not. Into our third hour. We will take you as close to 9 p.m. Eastern as the show and the conversation will allow. Please remember that Sergeant Mac, Thomas Bishop, The Villain's View comes your way on hot101.net and right here on That Other Side of Information at 9 p.m. Eastern time. You all know Sergeant Mac, a frequent guest and panelist and just dear close friend to me and to all of us here on our program. He comes up at 9 p.m. Eastern time here on That Other Side of Information and on hot101.net. You are listening, watching The Kennedy Effect live for the 11th of December, 2022. If you have missed any of the programs so far, George will work his technical magic within the next few days, and it will be on our YouTube channel, which is also called That Other Side of Information, and you can catch the entire show, all of it in its entirety, from the boring pre-show activities all the way up to the actual conversation. You can catch all of it at youtube.com/That Other Side of Information. Wherever you might be listening, watching on Facebook, thanks for being there. We strongly encourage your comments and questions in the chat happening right now at our homepage, That Other Side of Information. It was very hot and heavy there for a while. Lots of folks coming in and out. Still a good number of folks there, but it has gotten a tad quiet. If you do have questions and comments, please put them in there. I will bring them to our guests. Hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and the TuneIn radio app. And of course, you can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net and TCP, the Culture Professional from Lancaster. Keep an eye on them on Facebook. Simply because the morning show isn't going, the Facebook page is. It is extremely active. There's a lot of news and events and excellent conversation happening there. Be a part of it. Don't miss it. It's always there. So Janelle, you have moved your advocacy into a new phase. If I'm understanding it correctly, you did tell me a little bit about it and your approaches to governments and school boards across PA. Just tell us about how your advocacy has changed, or maybe it hasn't changed, but you're simply taking it to different places. But please tell us about the work that you're doing now, or the new approach, maybe, or maybe that's not the right way to say it. Maybe it's just the same kind of information that you always put out there, but now just in new places. Tell us about the work that you're doing now.
Yeah, it's a different type of advocacy that I'm doing now. I mean, other than the fact that, you know, the trans community and the LGBTQ community, you know, are bullied and harassed for whatever reasons. But I took it personally to become an advocate with school bullying, harassment, and discrimination. Whereas when I was a kid and I was in school, I was bullied so bad, there's many times I was left for dead. There's many times that I went to school and I came home without going to school, like going to the bus stop. I went back home then because I was so bloody because kids beat the crap out of me. There's one time as an example when I was walking to school, just like the old saying, you know, we walked to school uphill in 3 feet of snow.
Yeah.
And actually this day it snowed, and where I walked to school was probably about a 2-mile walk, and we had to cross a creek. There was a little bridge. We crossed over this creek, and right at that bridge there was 2 kids that jumped me, and they dragged me down to the creek and they stuffed me full of snow, and they left me lay there. I don't know how long I was there, but I made it home, but I had frostbite. You know, so I made it a personal vendetta that I want to go and I want to try to get school bullying under control. And here again, we're not going to stop. We're not going to end bullying. We're not going to end harassment. We're not going to end terrorism. But we can control it. And this is what we want to try to do. There's a lot of parents that their kid is bullied, but they don't want to speak up due to retaliation from the bullies and or their parents, and whoever else may be involved. But what I find is that when I go into a school on a bullying case, that number one, the school is telling me that it's not happening in their school. That's hogwash. I mean, why else would I be in there? Also, they're telling me that, and I think I said this earlier, they're afraid of lawsuits for one, and they're also afraid of retaliation from the bully and the bully's parents as well, and also the retaliation from the person being bullied and their parents for not doing anything. So for whatever reason, they seem to want to brush this under the carpet. They don't want to confront it. And when I bring it up in front of a school board, it's pretty much the same thing. I start talking about it. I start explaining it. Next thing you know, I'm cut off and they go to a different topic. They don't want to hear it. So the past 3 years I've been doing this. And about 3 months ago, I was thinking to myself, you know, Janelle, you're doing the right thing. You're standing up for what's right. You're trying to protect these kids from going through something that you would have went through. But it seems like I'm spinning my wheels. I'm not getting nowhere, you know, by going into schools and them not doing anything. Or they'll say, we'll take care of it. Well, nothing happens. Then the parents are calling me back. So I kind of was thinking and did some research, and I reached out to Education Voters PA, and I also reached out to the ELC, the Education Law Center. And we just had a meeting I requested a meeting with both of them about a month ago, and we had a pretty lengthy meeting about it. So now I am actually collaborating with them on the school bullying issue. And what they did is they just recently, we came up with a committee where we're going to put school board monitors in school board meetings. So what we're doing is we're looking for parents, we're looking for anybody that would like to be a school board monitor in Pennsylvania to go to their school board, monitor what the school board's doing. If they bring up the thing about banning a book, we want to know about it. That goes into your report. There's a report form that you fill out, and then submit it to the committee. Then we'll sit down and we'll go over it and how we want to address that, right? So the main thing is we want to start holding the schools and the school boards accountable for their lack of upholding and enforcing their own policies. Every school in the United States is mandated to have a bullying policy. You'd be surprised the amount of people, teachers, principals, administrators, counselors, that told me they didn't even know of this policy. Come on, what's going on? You're employed there. We're paying you out of our taxes to take care of our kids, give our kids a safe place to go and learn. Kids they don't look at it as a safe place to go and learn anymore. You know, a lot of the kids are afraid to go to school. I got parents that actually pulled their kids out of school, public school, and homeschooled them because they're being bullied and the school does nothing about it. This is wrong. You know, I don't agree with, I don't agree with pulling them out of school, but on the other side of the coin, they got to do what's right for their kid and protect them. I look at it this way, that if people keep pulling their kids out of school, what's happening? The schools are winning. They're winning at doing nothing. We don't want that. We want them held accountable for their actions of not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Are the schools winning or certain forces inside the schools?
I'd say both. I'd say pretty much both.
Why
You
do
know,
you
I'm,
think
I'm
that-
I'm not one to stand by and let somebody win if they're doing something wrong.
Why do you think that the target on the back of the trans community has manifested itself so predominantly in schools?
Well, here's what I'm finding. When I talk to a bully or I talk to a group of kids that were bullying somebody, and I always try to make it a point to get to them too, because I like to hear both sides. And you mentioned that earlier. You need to hear both sides to come to an agreement. You need to hear both sides to resolve an issue. But from what I've been hearing and from what I've been seeing and what I've been sensing is that you may have one or two bullies that are in the school, but they have friends, and the friends want to be part of that group. So they're going to do whatever they need to do to fit in. So maybe some of these bullies that are actually bullying are not really bullies, maybe, right? Deep down in, they're not hating people like they're showing they are, but they're doing it to fit in with their friends and their group of friends. You know, kind of like in like I was talking about within government, you know, they get drawn into these cliques. And kids, that happens the same thing with kids. And like Theresa was saying, the middle school is what I'm finding is the worst. We have it in high school, yes. We have it in grade school, elementary school, yes. But it's not, I don't think it's as bad, and I don't get as much requests to help from high school kids and parents as I do middle school. And then here again, I think the kids in middle school are, you know, falling in line with maybe the wrong friends, you know, and they're trying to fit in with that group of friends, like I just said, to be big, you know, get big, kind of like the Proud Boys carrying their guns around. They think they're big and mighty because they got the stinking gun across their shoulder, you know, and yeah, they're proud boys. They're not proud men, they're proud boys. Come on. You know, it's
Well,
kind of,
let me
you know,
let me try to back up from that. When we talk about, we've mentioned them in passing. You've mentioned a couple groups in passing through the program here. Let's just take Moms for Liberty. So we have a growing Moms for Liberty group here in Northampton County.
Yep.
Why has a group, I have my own opinion and my own answer, and I happen to think I'm correct. And I think if you look at the people running these groups and the money behind these groups, it proves me correct. But let me ask you, you're on the front lines. Why have groups like this found you all as the easy first shot target? And why has it been in schools? Why has that been the battleground that they've decided to take this to?
I think they feel much safer doing it through the school, for one. I think that a lot of their issues are the same as with everybody else. You know, a lack of understanding or not wanting to understand, not wanting to learn. You know, I think that what they do is kind of like electricity and water. It finds the least flow of resistance. And I think them hitting into the schools is their least flow of resistance. Whereas if they came after a group or out in the street or something like that, I don't think they would survive. So, you know, I think that these hate groups are targeting the schools. Number one, they get more support from parents, I think, because they're throwing that propaganda out there that is brainwashing parents into believing that, you know, we are bad people, we're bad kids. You know, we go against whatever being you believe in's ways. Back to the faith issue again. So, it comes down to it is why can't people mind their own business, live their life the way they want to live it, let everybody else go, let them live their life the way they live it. What's so hard about that? And that's kind of one thing that happened to me back when Trump was elected in 2016. I was doing a presentation at Gettysburg College, and the day after that, and the one woman asked me a question right in the middle of the presentation. She said, "Oh, by the way," she said, "President Trump was just elected president." She said, "What are you going to do?" I said, "I'm going to do the same thing I've always did. I'm going to live my life the way I want to live it, where I want to live it, and when I want to live it." I said, "Nobody's going to tell me how I'm supposed to live." And this is what, and we need to kind of get ourselves conditioned to. But on the other side of the coin, we have to realize that there could be issues involved as far as harm being done to us. Theresa and I had a conversation the other day, and we kind of talked about this.
Yeah.
And I think from what her response was, she feels that that's the right thing that we need to do. And I think that she is going to take those words and make that happen on her own self. But sometimes it takes personal fortitude to do these things, to get to that point that, what, it's not worth me worrying about what somebody else thinks of me just because they don't get it. They don't understand it, or they don't want to. Or they're doing it to impress somebody else. Come on, I don't care anymore. And I know who I am, and that's all that matters. Theresa knows who she is. Everybody else knows who they are. What's it matter to anybody else? And I think these groups are starting to take advantage of this and trying to have a pushback against that. And the same thing with banning these books and stuff that, that all pretty much falls back on the faith side of things. But, it's, I don't know. I don't get it all. And I don't think I will ever get it all. I don't think anybody's going to get it all. But all I know is that, as I said back earlier in the program, we need to build allies. We need to get this army built, and we need to fight the war, and we need to win it.
Theresa, if I might ask you the same question, because again, I have my own thoughts, and shocker, I will share them with you at some point. But let me ask you. I'm glad you're sitting down. Shocker, I'm going to share something. Why do you think that groups like Moms for Liberty has decided not only to scapegoat and attack the trans community and the LGBTQIA community at large, but I think even more specifically the trans community? And why do you think that they have decided schools will be the place to launch that attack?
Well, honestly, and I just got done chatting with someone else about it, because so Moms for Liberty, they're going after a special education school, CLIU 20. So, and me and this other person, we both found that a lot of the moms in these special education groups, they're okay with racism. They're okay with anti-LGBTQ. We just really thought about it, and I'm just like, damn. Well, that school is royally screwed, because I'm like, what about the moms that advocate so hard for their kids? Do you think any of these moms are going to stand up to this group? And they're like, no. they're I don't know why they're attacking schools other than their their screw it, I'm gonna say what I think. You know what? It goes into white supremacy. That's where it all goes. I'm sorry. Everything you really have to do research and stuff because I have. The whole the diet, the whole diet culture, that's white supremacy. The whole racism, that is, I mean, and even down to how all the different religious groups that there are. I mean, it all started from when people from England came over here and genocide and put genocide on the indigenous people. That's where it all started. I mean, look at all the bad rep that England's getting now for being racist. Oh my God, I feel so bad for the trans community over there. It's a nightmare for them too. I think that a lot of these moms are following suit because all behind this is white men who are also racist. You know, I'm sure a lot of these white women that are in this Moms of Liberty group are also married and have racist families as well. Racism is freaking taught. And it starts what Janelle was saying in the homes. Yeah, it's generational. It is generational, and it just, I don't know how else to put it. It's generational and it's taught at home. And the other reason why they're attacking schools is because they think that kids do not have consent or cannot give consent. That is another reason why. It's all about consent. You know, they think that, oh, well, they're minors. They have no choice. They can't give consent to anything. And they're wrong about that. I have taught my children all about consent and negotiations and boundaries. And I said, you have a right. You have the right to give consent to something or not to. And I mean, look at how many kids walked out of all the Florida schools during the Don't Say Gay bill that Ron DeSantis put out there. These people think that, oh, you're teaching my kids harmful. How is it harming? And first of all, in Pennsylvania, there is a law called right to know. I hope that other parents are listening. So with that right to know law, it affects all schools. You can look in any school board in any district in Pennsylvania. The school board is the one that the school boards are the ones that say yay or nay to whatever curriculum. And you can go on any school's website and see by any age, oh gee, what are they teaching my children? And I don't know where a lot of these parents are getting these made up stories of younger kids learning. There's literally like nothing being taught at any school that I know of about LGBTQIA stuff at for younger kids.
You talking about this whole grooming argument?
Yeah. But
or this whole, I almost said fantasy, probably not appropriate in the this myth, this whole, of
so that argument was actually started in 1972 by a woman named Anita Hill. Yeah, I've been doing research, but it's just, yeah, it's all in history. It really is. But other than that, I mean, yeah, I genuinely just, I don't know why. I can't tell you why, other than pure hate. Because that's, it's kind of like what Dr. Loomis said about Michael Myers. That is the face of pure evil. Evil does not die. And that's what you can say about all this anti stuff. Because it's pure hate. Pure hate has not died. It's been around from the get-go.
One of the original sins.
Yeah, it's been around for the get-go. How are you going to kill and destroy hate? That and it's a scary thing to think about, but it's true. At least that is my opinion.
7:32 Eastern Time, Kennedy Effect Live, December 11, 2022. If you missed any of the program so far, you can find the entire program, in the whole program, all of it in its entirety, coming up within the next few days after George works his technical magic. It will be on our YouTube channel, That Other Side of Information. Wherever you are on Facebook, That Other Side of Information is our home group Facebook page, hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and the TuneIn Radio app, and TCP, the Culture Professional. Patricia says in the chat, this is how Moms for Liberty, I almost said, it says MFL, and I almost did the wrong MF there. I don't, I usually don't cuss on the show, but I almost read just right into it. This is how Moms for Liberty was formed, by convincing parents their kids are being taught what the far right says is evil. Janelle?
Well, she's right. Also, I want to bring up the point that over the past few months, I have contacted Moms for Liberty for a meeting 3 times now, and I've been denied all 3 times. So what are they afraid of? They're this big, huge hate group that wants to be heard and wants to be seen. Okay, so why can't you open your door for me to come in and sit down and have a conversation? How big and bad are they? Right? When it comes to a one-on-one confrontation.
I'm going to get, again, shocker. I'm glad that you're all sitting down. I'm going to get a little more purely baseline and political. These groups, and when you look at the money behind them, what you find usually, not exclusively, it's a big country. We can't paint anything with one broad stroke. But what you seem to find more than not is the money that funds these groups comes from 2 sources. They either sell paraphernalia. It's interesting that one of the local moms groups, I don't know if it's exactly Moms for Liberty, but one of the real loud at every school board meeting kind of groups in Nazareth, just north of me here, is run by a woman who has a t-shirt business. So of course she sells her t-shirts through the group. And some of the other funding comes from hedge fund managers, billionaire hedge fund managers, who are largely, if not exclusively, right-wing and Republican donors, who are invested heavily in the for-profit education sector. So, Jeff, what are you saying? I'm saying that some of these folks that are involved in these groups, especially the newer quote unquote members, they might actually be legitimately spooked by the trans community for no justifiable reason whatsoever, but they may very well have come into it because they've been exercised about it. Well, I'm going to put out there, and my research shows me to be largely correct, if not entirely correct. The people funding these groups, Janelle, they wouldn't give a crap if you dressed up like a horse. They want to destroy public education.
Yep.
And return education to a place in this country where you only got it if you could afford it. If you can't pay for it, you don't get it. And if you dramatically increase the number of people who are illiterate, you drive down wages. You easily find the number of soldiers you need. You have no check and balance by the public on government. And the rich get richer.
Richer.
Now listen, let me say this again. I'm almost going to start over. I have no doubt that there are people involved in these groups on the street level, if you will, as an acronym, at the most base level, that are going to these school board meetings because they actually believe the crap they've been told. That there are Democrats in the basement of a pizza parlor feeding children through the sausage maker. They believe that. But not the people spending the money. Jeffrey Yass, Janelle, doesn't give a crap if you walked around wearing leaves that fell off the tree in fall. Or, for that matter, something as simple as dyed your hair black. I don't think he cares about same-sex marriage. The Koch brothers have actually talked about this ad infinitum. They don't care. They don't care. But they know it makes people mental, it makes them nuts, and it makes them vote. Jeffrey Yass makes his billions two ways. He's a hedge fund manager and for-profit education. What does for-profit education mean? Well, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and I'm sure probably everywhere else in the country, it means exactly what I said. Paid education. Higher education is for profit. Charter schools inside Pennsylvania receive a flat fee per student. If they don't spend all that money, they get to put it in their pockets. This is the kind of education that Betsy DeVos pushed when she was Secretary of Education in the Trump regime. She's from a billionaire family. That's largely how they made their money. I think it's upwards of 60% of all the education in the state of Michigan now, where the DeVos family is from, is privatized. And that means it's profitized. So that's what I'm putting out there. Now listen, let me say this too. Does that mean that the harassment, the bullying, the name calling, the discrimination that kids like Theresa's and folks like Janelle have to put up with is any less real for them? Not in any way, shape, or form. That is not what I'm saying. They have to live it. They have to live the ramifications of what these billionaires are trying to do simply so they can make even more money. Or not even make it or earn it, but extract it from you. Because really what they're doing is taking tax money and sticking it in their pockets.
Yeah,
They're not making anything. They're not producing anything. Funny about the argument between makers and takers, right? How do these for-profit schools in Pennsylvania make their money? They steal tax dollars. So I'm going to postulate, and I think I'm correct. And if you watch the show on a regular basis, you know I don't say that much. I leave a lot of room for error because I'm human and I'm fallible. But I don't think I'm wrong here. I don't think Jeffrey Yass gives a you know what of the fact that Janelle Crossley is trans. But if by scapegoating her and scapegoating kids like Theresa's, he can make even more billions of dollars, destroy public education, and get people elected to Pennsylvania state government like the absolute nut job he just got elected to the Senate here, then he's happy to do that.
Yeah, you're.
So am I right? So Theresa, Janelle, you tell me. I just laid out a whole thing there.
Yeah, I mean, I
And
can't.
again, let me be very clear. It doesn't mean that what you suffer is any less real.
Yeah.
I'm not in any way trying to minimize it. You're being scapegoated. I get it.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's because you're trans. I think it's because you're a means to an end. And the means is a portal to get everybody all get their feathers all ruffled up because they don't understand you and because there's not enough of you. I mean, let's be honest, they're not going after white men, are they? Do you know what I mean? Right? They're not going after veterans, right? They're going after very small groups because it's easier to pick off the small groups, and you're an easy group to get other groups to turn on. But at the end of the day, I don't think he cares, Janelle, what you are.
No, I agree with you. And it's the same thing with the legislators. And like Theresa said in the chat, that these groups like Moms for Liberty, they're just following the far right. And, they're doing it for the money. Just like our legislators, the far right's doing it for the money, their donations and things like that. It's all a political money-making game. And I agree with what my grandfather told me many years ago, and this goes with some of these groups as well, that the dirtiest game in the world is politics. And until the people can see the fact that money is the root of all evil and realize this, we're still going to have this issue. And like I said earlier on, that we are not going to defeat it. But I strongly feel that we can control it. But not one person can do this. It has to be a whole group of allies that continually, consistently stand up and be heard and be seen. Day after day. You can't do it for a few months and let it go. It has to be a consistent thing. So, but yeah.
Theresa, what do you think about my theory? I happen to think it's fact. Just saying, I happen to think. But what do you?
Honestly, I think that's a lot of it, but I really do, because you're right in that fact. I mean, look what ever since Donald Trump came into the picture and he showed his true colors, that I mean, look at like what's like, I'm not even going to use political labels, the Democratic, Republican, because I think a lot of them are like coming together. I mean, look at what Lisa Boscola did. Lisa Boscola voted for SB 12. It's either 1278. She voted yes on PA's Don't Say Gay bill. And she's supposed to be a Democrat. But she voted yes on Don't Say Gay. So I think at this point, you know what? It's not about labels. It's really about the money. And I mean, look at what they're doing. They want it they want it to be uh, how it's supposed to be in their fake Bible. Nothing. I'm not trying to be rude to you, Jeff, but I'm saying like their own dystopian world, and
Oh,
it's
no,
like,
look, you don't have to say evangelicals are a business.
yeah, that's what it is.
They've made religion a business. And I do think there's a difference between religion and faith.
Right.
I
So
don't want to, necessarily take us all the way back to the beginning, but I do think there are folks that have, these evangelicals have realized there's a lot of money to be made.
well, there
A
is,
lot of
and
money to be made.
and they have lobbyist groups.
And they've got billionaires willing to back them
Yeah,
because
they
they
do.
help segment the society down into smaller and smaller and smaller pieces of the pie because
Yeah.
it's easier to eat smaller and smaller pieces. It's the old joke, the old Yogi Berra joke. He went in, ordered a whole pizza pie, and the man who made the pizza said, "Do you want me to cut that into 8 slices or 12?" And he said 8 because I can't eat 12. It's a lot easier to eat smaller and smaller and smaller pieces. And especially when those small groups can be turned on each other. That's all that it is. There's a difference between religion and faith. And the business end. I've had men of the clergy on this program repeatedly, and I will as long as they're willing to come. And we have talked repeatedly about Republican Jesus. Republican Jesus, who thinks that the rich should rule the world because they're the ones that God gave all the money to. Republican Jesus, who defeated the Romans with an AR-15. Republican Jesus, who says, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Who is also blonde, pale white, and blue-eyed. He certainly wasn't Jewish. He was Christian, of course. He was Jesus. That's Republican Jesus. That's money-making Jesus. That's Jesus as a tool. A cardboard cutout. Has nothing to do with the Christian faith. And I do believe there is a difference. It's not just semantics. I do believe there is a difference. I believe that, Theresa, your children, and Janelle, your own existence in the way you present and identify are a target because it is economically expedient. And
Yeah,
by
well,
no means does that minimize what you have to go through. I'm
Right,
certainly not
no.
doing that. But you are economically expedient. You drive people to the polls. You drive people into the arms of groups like Moms for Liberty. And then the people running those groups make money. And that, at the end of the day, is what it's all about. And if that means, Theresa, that your kids get crushed underneath along the way, well, then so be it. So anybody, either in the comments, I promise, folks, I will open the phones after 8 o'clock. I'm not sure the phones are going to work because Google Chrome has refreshed itself or updated itself about 3 times since the last show. So I've been hesitant to get to the phones, but I will get to the phones after the top of the hour. But that said, you tell me, Janelle, you tell me, Theresa, am I making any sense?
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense, and it's like I said, money's the root of all evil. Anybody will do anything for money almost.
Yeah.
You see these things on Facebook, would you run down through the mall for $7 million naked? No, but I'd do it for, $1,000 naked. Come on. Money drives people, and it's a shame because honestly, I would rather live a comfortable life and not have much money at all than have billions of dollars and live a life that's very stressful, a life that's full of debt. And people wonder how somebody that's a billionaire can have debt. They have debt. So I'd much rather live the life of the simpler type of living, and that's where that's what we do.
I would run down the mall naked for the most amount of money I could get because I know that the folks who would see me would be so repulsed. Nobody's going to see it. We're all going to turn their heads anyway. I might as well walk. I could crawl down the middle of the mall. Nobody's going to look. Nobody wants to see that crap. So give me as much money as you need or want, or advertisers. My God, I had another conversation today about advertisers for the program. Anytime you're ready, folks, Democrats buy things too. Just saying, we buy cars and bread and clothes and we go out to eat. Just because we deal with heavy subjects here doesn't mean people don't shop. You can advertise here. It won't hurt a bit. Promise. It will help. But anyway, let me, ladies, how long are you here? Nobody has said.
Until we leave.
Oh, you got, okay. I didn't know when that was. Okay. I didn't want to keep you if you needed to. I mean, we're already 3 hours in, but it just, but yeah, Alex mentions in the chat, at least streaking through the mall is less likely to hurt people than other more common methods. Well, if they looked at me, it would hurt a lot. That would hurt. That would be painful. I mean, if anybody wants to, George mentions in the chat that I'm pretty well translucent. I mean, if the light hits me in the right way, you can see straight through me. It's like you wouldn't see nothing, and you wouldn't see nothing to begin with. George is absolutely spot on, by the way. He's completely spot on. He's absolutely spot on. If the light hit me in the right way, nobody would see a damn thing. They'd hear my fat belly flopping around, but that's about it. I mean, you know what I mean?
God.
I need the money anyway. I might have to do it as an advertising stunt, like one of those dumb morning show advertising stunts or something like that. But where do we go from here, Janelle? Is there? I mean, we got about 6 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll reset, and I'll try to open the phones, and we'll see how. As long as the conversation carries on, we'll try to take you right up till 9 o'clock when Sergeant Mack takes over. But where do we go from here? Do you think that it's gotten that the general situation, the targeting of your community, is it better? Is it worse? Is this? I don't think Moms for Liberty is new, but they certainly seem to be growing at a pretty frenetic pace.
Actually, they are new. They just formed in 2021.
Well, they're growing rather quickly.
Yeah, they're growing quickly because they gained more numbers in the pandemic, and now they're just, ever since what happened in central Bucks County when they stripped the schools of any LGBTQ anything, that's how they're growing in more numbers. That, and also their one leader who's in Nazareth, who spoke at the Nazareth School District end of the CLI U20 said that, oh, it's white privilege isn't my fault. I was just born white.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, wow, you have, let's take her to Harlem, New York, right in the middle. How she would get shot within less than 5 minutes. Like, seriously. I'm sorry. It's like half these people that say that's how I truly feel. It's like, all right, let's just get a busload and lie and say that we're all Republican and take them to Harlem. Take them to Harlem, man.
Alex mentions in the chat that the streak of transphobia is, not recent, that transphobia, especially against trans women, goes back pretty far. Do you think that's accurate, Janelle?
Yeah, that's correct.
So
It's been around. It's been around forever.
why do you think the new, maybe new is not the right word, why do you think the expanded focus on it?
I'm not sure it's all due to expansion. I think it's to the point that we hear about it more. It's kind of like mass shootings. We don't hear about all of them. We only hear about the ones that the media wants to put out there. And I throw a lot of the issues with our community back on the media. A lot of times, they are exploiting the community every chance they get. And it's usually with hateful stuff because they're taking it right from like Moms of Liberty and other groups like that. So I think what we need to do to answer your question, where do we go from here, is, let me back up to your other question. Do I think,
I threw a ton of them out there.
Yeah. Do I think that, and I'm too old to remember them all, and do I think that things are getting better? I do think things are getting better, and I can see things that are getting better within certain communities across the state. But then on the other side of the coin, we have a lot of places that are actually getting worse, and a lot of them are happening in rural Pennsylvania and rural areas where visibility, awareness, and education's very, very slim. And this is one thing that, I created the PA Coalition for Trans Youth for, is to get into those rural conservative areas and bring visibility and education to those areas. And just to pick a couple out, we have Lewisburg, we have Mifflinburg, we were at both of them. So, it's things like that that we need to do. And we need to keep, like I said earlier, we need to keep visibility, awareness, and education consistent. We need to be out there. Those of us that can be out there and feel confident and secure enough to be out there. The other ones that, if you have any doubt about going out and doing anything like we do, like I do, or other advocates, if you have any doubt, don't do it. There's many things you can do behind the scenes. You can write letters to the editor. You can write to your legislators. You can write to these hate groups. There's so many things that you can do behind the scenes and be just as effective as we are out there on the front line. It all falls back to like the Army. We're building the Army. We're out there in the battlefield, but we need people behind the scenes to do that work for us too.
Right.
To give us that support. So I think in moving forward, what we need to do is we need to do that. We need to confront the source of these issues. It's the only way we're going to resolve them. And we need to keep building allyship. We keep needing to build that army bigger and bigger and bigger, kind of like Ukraine's doing. They're look how, small their army was at first. Not that it was small, but it was smaller. Now look at it and look at what they're doing. They're winning. So we got to do that same thing. Building allyship is not hard. Anybody can be an ally. But to be a good ally, you need to provide that support for the people that you're being an ally for, and not be afraid to stand up and speak out about it and support that. So I think that's where we need to go.
Theresa, I know you have to leave us. I am beyond grateful for the time that you have given us and the thoughts and the truths and some real, inside your home personal stories that you've shared with the audience. I think it's incredibly valuable. I hope that you've enjoyed visiting here. I want to continue to extend to you an open door here, that if there's something that you think that our audience needs to know about, that you can always come back and talk to us and talk to the audience. And I just wanted to give you a chance to, just wanted to open the floor to you if there was any last thoughts or any groups that you think people should be getting involved in. I don't want you to give away any personal information, but maybe if there's Facebook groups or groups that people would eventually find you through, so there's a little insulation in there. I don't need you to give out your home phone number. You know what I mean? But it's, I just want to open the floor to you for some final thoughts or whatever you wanted to share before we say goodnight to you.
Yeah, so I mean, honestly, if you want to get involved, I mean, look at the grassroots organizations. There's working families party, and Lehigh Valley stands up and Pennsylvania stands up. They're sorry, they're they care about actual people. They're not doing this for money or to gain money. They're nonpartisan grassroots organizations. So but yeah, get involved. That there's also, and it's on your Facebook page already, to stop moms of liberty.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm sorry. All the
I joined that one. Yeah, I was somebody got me in there. I think I was one of the first 50, but I hopped on that one. I can tell you for sure.
yeah.
But there is a Facebook group called Stop Moms for Liberty. I would suggest to everybody to please check it out. If I can share it into the chat, I absolutely will. But you need to check it out, because this is a real, as Theresa mentioned, they are relatively, I thought they were older. Theresa corrected me. I appreciate being corrected. I like to learn things I don't know.
Well, I thought they were older too, but then I found the article. I shared it there. No, they're new. They got all their oomph during the pandemic.
And they are growing kind of a scary, rapid pace.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think I heard the term Moms for Liberty before, maybe 3 weeks ago.
I didn't either.
And now it's almost all I hear.
But you're right. It's yeah, they're getting a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yep.
They sure are. And it's from billionaires. But Theresa, thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed the visit. I know it's a very
I did. Thank you.
I know it's a very heavy and not always a pleasant topic to relive some of the things that you've had to go through with the kids, but you've been so honest and so trusting and sharing, some really serious details about your family. And I'm very grateful. It took a lot of strength to do it. And I'm very, very grateful to you for doing it. It took a lot of guts and a lot of strength.
Yeah.
Please give the kids a hug from all of us.
Yeah.
And know, you have a lot of support here. You have a lot of help here. And I hope that we will have the opportunity to speak to you again.
Yeah, I'm definitely around.
Well,
I am
thank
a
you.
homebody. Very
Yeah,
introverted. Right. I am a very introverted homebody. So there you are.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Thank you, Janelle. I appreciate you so much.
You're welcome. You're
you
welcome.
are an amazing woman.
You're welcome, Theresa. And I want to commend you so much for the support of your kids and all the other kids that are out there. Keep up the good work, keep up the advocating that you are doing. And you're one of our special allies that, is going to bring equality to all people inclusively, not just the LGBTQ plus, but, the Black community, the Hispanics, the all the other people that are being marginalized and hated on. So, I think that's one thing that people need to understand. It's not just the LGBTQ community we're fighting for. We're fighting for everyone.
No, it is everyone. It's BIPOC. It's Black and brown. It's indigenous. All of these.
Yep.
are the most affected.
Yeah, well, thank you again, and
Thank
I'll
you
be,
so much.
yeah, absolutely. I'll be in touch, and you know where I'm at.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have
you're
a great
welcome.
night, Teresa. Thank you so much. Give the kids a
Yeah.
hug.
I will. Bye.
Hey, Janelle, she makes a really interesting point, and I think it's a point that we don't talk about enough. And folks, I'll put the phone number up on the screen here in just a minute. We can try and take your phone calls. But when the trans community or the gay community or the Black community, especially Black women, who continue to have the highest maternal mortality and infant mortality rates, some of the highest on the planet, right here in the supposed richest country on earth. When one group reaches an equilibrium, everyone benefits. It's not a completely dissimilar ideal to when unions negotiate a contract and they all get a raise. That seems to ripple through the greater economy. When trans folks are treated just the same as everybody else, again, nothing special, right? You're not asking for gobs of money and free houses and free cars and all this stuff. The Oreos we're asking for, but not the other stuff. But when you are treated just like everybody else, that ripples throughout society. Everybody benefits. It's a very simple concept, really.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. I mean, if you're treated fairly and equal with everybody else, you're right. I mean, it resonates throughout society, and it makes you a better person because you feel that people are supportive of who you are. It takes away that fear that I need to go down to the store, but I'm afraid to. It takes some of that away. So yeah, I mean, if the Black community comes up with a win, we all win. If we come up with a win, everybody else wins too. And that's one thing that I think we need to learn to do a little bit better, is we need to support each other. We need to stand up for what's right for our brothers and sisters, no matter who they are. Doesn't matter. And treat everybody as a human being, not as an object. Everybody's so quick to judge. And I always say, you should never judge another because you don't know their story. Everybody has a story. I have a story. Jeff has a story. Everybody has a story.
Sorry, feedback. That was my fault.
That's all
I was
right.
trying to refresh something and suddenly we started getting feedback. My fault. Sorry about that.
Just don't let it happen again.
No, I won't. I'll have to drive Christmas Oreos out to you.
So,
Folks, the phone number is on the screen. 267-227-9189. 227-9189. You'll also notice, perhaps, again, because we were I don't want to say relegated to YouTube because there's only half the planets on it, but because we were only on YouTube last week and none of our Facebook audience was able to, I don't think most of you were able to find us, unfortunately. There's been just a couple little subtle changes to the studio, very subtle changes. Kristen's parents got me this little beauty up here, which is a good old-fashioned on-air sign. And it kind of blinks, or at least I can set it that way because I have so much light in the studio. If I just turned it on, I don't think you'd see it. So I kind of have it blinking. Really, having it in here is incredibly cool to me. Where it really should be if we were in an actual radio studio, like the Hudson Street in Manhattan home of all the CBS radio stations, or the ABC radio stations right around Penn Plaza. That would be outside the door warning people that we were on the air. It's only Kristen, the dog, and the cat here, so I don't think I need to warn them when I'm on the air. I think it's pretty obvious. So I stuck it in here, and I think it's cool, and it makes me smile because I'm a mature child, or immature little child, and it makes me smile. So we have that But also over here is just a little cheat sheet. I don't know how well you can see it or read it, but it's right there. It has our phone number on it, 267-227-9189. Also has the number for Congress, 202-224. I'm trying to read it backward here. 202-224-3121. That is the number for the central switchboard at the Capitol, Congress, and anywhere in the United States or the territories. Even if you don't know who your representative is, you give them your zip code and they will connect you to your member of the House of Representatives and to your 2 senators. I should say, if you have 2 senators. DC has a member of the House. They have a non-voting member of the House. The Virgin Islands has a non-voting member in the House. They don't have senators. But whoever your member of Congress is, if you call that central number, they will connect you, even if you don't know who they are. All you have to do is give them a zip code. And underneath is all of our social media, all the places you can find us. So I hope that you will, if I'm on the screen big enough that you can see it, or if you take a screenshot and blow it up or whatever you got to do, but just try to put a little more. This is fun. This is business. So you know how to get a hold of us, and you should know how to call Congress. And listen, in this lame duck session of Congress, you have about another week or so left in this session. There are many, many things that Congress could and should be doing. You can always call them and tell them that you think exactly that. Let's get a minimum wage bill through. There's been some changes to the Marriage Equality Act. The House has to pass it again, and in all likelihood they will. Let's make sure it happens. There's lots of things that can be done in these very short times before the new Congress is sworn in January. And let's not forget that the January 6th committee will be issuing its report. And Chairman Benny Thompson, the Democratic representative from Mississippi, has already said it's not a matter of if the committee will send criminal recommendations to the Department of Justice, but how many. So there's that to keep an eye on. You can always call Congress, even if you want to call Congress about something that is not one of the, normal leading the news sort of pieces of legislation or committee assignments or any of this stuff. Maybe you're a veteran who's having problems getting your benefits fulfilled. Call your member of Congress. It's called constituent services. It's exactly what they're supposed to be doing anyway. So do it, call them. Be nice to the people that answer. Generally speaking, the folks that answer the phones in congressional offices, House of Representatives and the Senate, are either unpaid interns or pretty low paid staffers. They're just normal folks like you and me. No need to shout and scream and yell at them. But phone calls are recorded, not just the actual audio recording. Some offices do that, but notes are taken. What you called about is recorded. The information is taken down. Phone calls are an extremely effective way to speak to your representatives in Washington, D.C. So this number, this 202-224-3121 is for Washington, D.C. If you're in Pennsylvania, it's not the number for Harrisburg, it's for D.C. 202-224-3121. And of course, all our social media is right here. We hope you will find us. And I'm actually looking at, after Baron Vanderberg mentioned last week, I guess one of the newer platforms called Mastodon. Don't know much about that one. I dug into it a little bit. I brought it up in the App Store, read some of the reviews. It actually seems to be a pretty decent place to be. We may join that one too. Who knows? I have no idea how it works. It was interesting. One of the App Store app reviews was, I don't know how this thing works. And I only figured out like a week ago how to friend somebody. And they were on it for like 4 months. So maybe it's not the best place to be, but I don't know. We might try it out. Anyway, it's always good to have new places. Phone number to call the show is 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Wherever you are on Facebook, if you missed any of the program, youtube.com/that other side of information. George will work his magic. You can see the entire program, all of it in a recorded form on our YouTube channel. That other side of information is the YouTube channel, and it's our Facebook home. Hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, TuneIn Radio. Yeah, TuneIn Radio app as well. Go up the search bar. I knew what I was saying. It was coming out. Say it so many times that I've actually become bad at it. Not sure how that works. TuneIn Radio app for all other types of devices. If you don't have an Android or an Apple, go to the search bar, type in hot101.net. You can tell Alexa to play hot101.net and TCP, the culture professional from Lancaster. Janelle, it's 20 for all intent and purpose. Certainly in a political world, a world you are not unfamiliar with, it is already 2023. Inside the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and around the country, I can't exactly name all the states for you, but around the country, we will now see a series of local, municipal, county, and school board elections. So what is now on your calendar starting Monday, January 2nd? What is on your calendar to start? I'm assuming that you'll be perhaps either traveling and or an awful lot of Zooming about getting candidates to run for school board, or perhaps helping them to deal with, if they've already decided to run, to help them prepare to deal with all the topics that we've been covering tonight. What's on your agenda come January 2nd?
The first thing that's on my agenda come January 2nd is to prepare myself for January the 5th. That's my birthday.
So I better have the Oreos there by the 5th. That's the warning.
Yeah.
That was the warning right there. Make a note.
Yeah.
Audience.
I'll finally be on the infamous Medicare. But anyway, no.
Wait, 39 and you're going to be on Medicare?
Yeah, I'm special.
You are. I'm going to live that one down.
So no, anyway, January 2nd, there's one thing I'd like to say. Being, I was a candidate for state representative in Pennsylvania twice, once in 2016 and once in 2020. And I urge anybody that has the thought of running, anybody that has the interest in running, to do it. It's one hell of an experience. It's a lot of work. Don't let anybody tell you it's not. But I think by doing that and becoming involved in your community and getting your name out there and making that pledge, and I say pledge because I said to myself that when I was running that I would never make a promise, because usually the promises never happen. So I would never make a promise, and I don't make a promise for anything. But make that pledge that you want to see change, you want to make change, and you want to help make change, and you want to do it the best that you can. So I encourage anybody, with any kind of a thought, to do that, whether it's for local government, whether it's for your school board. And we really need to replace a lot of these school board members. My school board is, I think, 100% Republican, and they're horrible. The principal will tell you they're horrible. You know, and a lot of the school boards in the area are predominantly far right, and they're following what other school boards are doing. You know, just for instance, like Enfield School District in Lancaster County, you know, they put a ban on trans girls from sports. Then Manheim Township wanted to follow suit. Conestoga is trying to follow the suit. Cumberland Valley is trying to follow the suit. So it usually only takes one to start the ripple effect, kind of like the game of dominoes. It takes one domino to make them all fall, right? You know, so we need to get people on the board that want to see change, that want to make change, and aren't afraid to stand up for what is right. And I think that's what we have a big issue with, is that people have that fear that, you know, they don't know enough to do the job. They don't want the backlash from the community to run for office, you know, whether you're Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter what you are. But, you know, I think this is what we need. And the only way it's going to happen is if people step forward. I personally am in the clear back of my mind considering running for my local school board. I don't know that I will, because I don't know if I want to get back into that again now or not, since I'm so busy with everything else I'm doing. You know, one of the reasons that I retired from my advocacy is so that I had some me time. You know, I transitioned 15 years ago, and I haven't had the chance to enjoy my life, my new life, as my true self, and with my family. So this is one thing that, you know, I'm thinking about in my life to change. You know, so that I can enjoy my life and my family's life at the same time. So, but on the other side of the coin, I have a big problem of saying no. You know, it's like I said at the beginning of the program, you know, I retired from advocacy, but if somebody comes to me for something, you know, I will do it. But I need to learn to say no. But I'm afraid if I say no, that something like the inevitable could happen, you know, to a child or, you know, a family member or something like that. Not that I'm quote the being that can save the world, but you know, I look at it this way: if I can help one person, I did what I wanted to do. You know,
We spent a lot of time on this program leading up, well, actually really all the way through all of 2022, really. I mean, from petitions all the way through, begging people to vote and to become involved, not necessarily as candidates, but, you know, as volunteers, or to make sure that they connected with the candidates in some way to make an informed decision, to make sure that people were registered, to make sure that they were, and all across the country, not just, I mean, we live in PA, so I'm a little PA centric, but our audience is literally around the globe. And it obviously covers all of the country. So, but people to make sure they're registered, to make sure that they did anything that they absolutely had to do to vote. When I ran for the school board in New Jersey, which seems like a lifetime ago, and it was, I was an arrogant, snotty little boy when I did. That was 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago. I was the youngest elected official in the state of New Jersey when I got elected, and of any office. And at that time, school board elections in New Jersey were held in odd numbered years in April. And you had school board members, even in large communities, being elected with 100 votes. You had budgets being voted down or up by 5% of the voting population. And New Jersey changed that. They passed legislation and changed it so that now school boards are elected in even years, either the midterm year or a presidential year, and in the fall. Now, I've had several programs here discussing whether judges should be elected or not. I don't think they should. The federal model seems to work fine for 42 different states. I think it would work fine here too. But I do think one thing we can do is eliminate these odd year elections. Why aren't school boards and county commissioners and mayors and town councils? I know that some people say they get swallowed up and they can't get any money because it's all goes to the, it goes to the Congress people and so on and so on. But it also drives people to the polls. I don't know that you need the same amount of money if you know that voter turnout is going to be 60% instead of 10%. Shouldn't we be moving these elections into even numbered years and having these elections? Well, I mean, they do happen in the fall anyway, but same time that we elect our member of the House of Representatives, why aren't we electing our school board and our mayors and our county council? Wouldn't that help us get more candidates? Wouldn't it help bring more attention to the culture war, the social war that's happening in our school boards?
Yeah, I think it would. It would also bring, you get more voters too, for those other positions other than the presidential and your state rep and senators, because the people are already there to vote, so they're going to cast your vote for the other ones as well. Whereas if you have it in the odd years where you're not having the election in that spot, that voter turnout's usually pretty low. And another thing that I really strongly urge people to do is, like you said too, research your candidate. There's so many people that will vote straight Democrat, straight Republican, but sometimes somebody in the other party is better. So this is one reason why we need to research your candidate. And like you said, if you have any question or doubt, ask them.
And you can do something inside Pennsylvania. I can't speak to all the other states and territories. You can do something here called cross-filing. So if you are a school board candidate in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you can run on both ledgers, on both sides of the ticket. You can run for school board as an on-the-ballot petition filled out Democrat and Republican. What does that mean? It means I don't seem to see this in one direction. I should say I only seem to see this in one direction. It means that if you don't research who the candidates are, and Joe Smith is listed on both sides, except that Joe Smith is an election denier. He's a trans hater. He's a mom for liberty. As funny as that sounds, that Joe would be a mom for liberty. But he's in the Democratic ledger, so you think he's a Democrat. He's not. He's not. He probably found 10 Democrats who don't know how nuts he is, probably neighbors, and thought, oh, well, Joe's a good guy. His kids play with my kids. He's got a really nice lawn, keeps it, helps me shovel snow. And they got him on the ballot. And what you end up with is an absolute nut job on another nut job on a school board. Because maybe you don't talk politics with Joe. And you just figure he's on both sides. Oh, okay, well, I see Joe, I'll vote for Joe. And even folks that I deal with on a regular basis who are as politically connected as anybody, the super volunteers, the PCPs, the people who know their neighborhoods back and forth, election time comes, they don't even know who all the people are. And it's not uncommon to see the same names on both sides and nobody else. It's Joe, Jane, and Bill, and it's Joe, Jane, and Bill. But there's only 2 spots open. All 3 are there as Republicans, all 3 are there as Democrats. And if we really wanted to keep our schools nonpartisan, we wouldn't have partisan elections for school boards. But we do. Why do we? Because it is political. Because it is. If it was truly nonpartisan, we wouldn't have that anymore.
Yep.
You would have just one list of names. But it is political. And the powers that be know it's political. And they know there's a difference between which party controls a school board. They do. And that's why billionaires like the Koch network, like Jeffrey Yass, the Mercers, the Peter Thiels, the Musks, the Bezos, will spend money, sometimes even directly, on school board candidates. You might think to yourself, what the hell does David Koch care? Who sits on a school board here in Saucon Valley? He does care. Why does Jeffrey Yass care who sits on a school board in Mifflinburg? He does care because he needs a majority on that board to destroy the school district so that the poor kids stay dumb and poor. I should say uneducated, not dumb, but 2 different things. And keep the charter schools, the private schools, and the religious schools with a good base of customers. Because that's what they are. They're customers. They're not kids seeking an education. They're customers. So they do care. They are spending money. Mr. Yass spent $1 million to get a state senator elected here, just next door to me, in a neighboring district. Why did he do that? Because he hired an employee. He hired one of these mom for liberty, proud boy, I'm going to destroy the schools, privatize everything, Democrats are eating babies kind of guy. Because that's exactly what Mr. Yass wants. He wants to make even more money. And again, please remember what I'm saying. Not just regular business kind of money. I have a bakery, I make pies, I sell them, I make money. No, your money. Because in Pennsylvania, what funds the charter schools? Tax money. So he doesn't want to just earn money or create a brand new method of doing something, a brand new manufacturing process or new product. He wants to take your tax money and stick it in his own pocket. Because somehow being worth, the last I saw, he was worth $3.2 billion just isn't enough. It's just not enough. He thinks your money is his money. What's mine is mine, and what's yours is mine. It is crucial beyond words that you vote in these odd year elections, not an off year. You'll see the media refer to as an off year election. Off as in like you're off work. Well, what are you doing when you're off work? You're not working. So it's not an off year election. It's an odd year election because the number of year ends in an odd number. It's an odd year election. There are still elections to be had. It's got to get done, not just here in the Commonwealth, but all the way across the country. Janelle, I should let you go because I think we might end up. No one is calling, and I think we have exhausted our topic, but
Okay.
I believe I will let you go. I will chat with George for a little bit, and then, of course, Sergeant Matt comes up at 9 o'clock, folks, here on hot101.net and on that other side of information. Any final thoughts or any ways that folks can get a hold of you? Why am I doing that tonight? I I've had a series of words that are just like one off of like where they should be, or can keep in touch with you, I think is what I was going to say. And then I mixed my metaphors. But how they could follow you, contact you if you wish to share that. Any groups that you think, Facebook groups or others that you think people should be aware of. The work that you're doing with school board. How to actually, you know what? I am going to ask you a question. You mentioned this earlier, folks being monitors, I think is the term that you used, being monitors in school board meetings across Pennsylvania. How does someone train for that, learn about that, sign up to do that? How does that happen?
You go on the Education for Voters, PA, there should be a drop down there where you can click on and you can fill out the form to become a monitor. Then they will provide virtual training for that. Basically, the monitor does not have to say anything at the school board, because 9 chances out of 10, if you're not in the school district, you can't speak anyway. I run into that all the time. You know,
But God bless free speech. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if I go to a school board meeting that's out of my district, I'm not allowed to speak. But we need people to go out there and take notes. We need people out there to fill out documentation of what's happening and, you know, how our school boards are reacting to certain issues, and not really certain issues, but all issues. Just like with the trans kids being banned from sports, they're actually violating Title IX. And I can say this, I'm not going to mention any district names, but I can say this, there's multiple lawsuits by the Education Law Center right now. They're not standing by, you know, just watching and waiting. They're being very active. And I think after some of the stuff that I spoke with them about, they're going to become even more active. And that's one positive thing that they started, was this school board monitor person. I think it's a good idea. It used to be years ago that every school board meeting had somebody from the media there. So the citizens of the district knew what was happening if they were watching the news, right? But the media doesn't do that anymore, because they probably because they don't have the people to do it. Plus they're out there gathering up other false information that they got to put out for, you know.
Yeah.
I didn't say that, did I?
Yeah. There's no end.
Yeah. But anyway, you know, and I think this is a very positive start to holding our schools and the boards accountable for not upholding and enforcing their policies. And one of the problems is with me as an advocate going in there, it's like, you know, I go in there, well, they figure, well, who is she? You know, she has no authority. You know, so they're going to give me the runaround, and I expect that. I already know that when I go in there. But I have to be the stronger person and stay there until I get answers. You know, a lot of times they threaten to throw you out, and you can't back down, right? Whereas DLC goes in there, or Education Voters goes in there, you know, they got that quote distinction, where they're a little bit more powerful than little Janelle is when she comes in here. So, you know, it's a vision thing, pretty much. And I think what I recommend everybody to do in Pennsylvania is, you know, support your Education Voters of PA, and also the Education Law Center. You can go on to both of those websites and make donations. Also, any kind of LGBTQ support groups, you know, please, you know, contact them, even if it's just to say thank you for what you're doing. That means a lot to us. Being acknowledged for what we do, not that we want to do it for our own personal gain and recognition, because we don't, but or some probably do. But you know, it's
everybody appreciates a thank you.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and kindness goes a long way, and one smile can make somebody's day. You know, so, you know, just look for organizations such as that support. And, feel free to give to them, or just, like I said, just say thank you. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell, I guess.
How do people follow you, contact you, or best,
they wanna-
safest way, I should say?
Yeah, if they want to contact me, best way to do it is email. And that's J Crossley, Crossley 4510 @gmail.com. That'd be the best way to get me.
And you're
And-
also easy to find on Facebook.
Oh yeah, I'm on Facebook too.
You didn't get banned.
No, and I'm surprised I didn't.
I know they're banning me.
Well,
Kick you around a little bit.
I kind of
It was the Facebook police for you.
gave him some. I kind of bartered with him and gave him the initials of JK. So I figured you'd take the fall for me.
Yeah, right. Look. Obviously, I did. I still can't explain it, and I all the protests I launched to try to figure out what happened and why and all that, I still haven't been answered. So I have no idea.
Well,
It just is what it is. I tripped. Some AI was having a bad mood, having a bad hair day, and just didn't like me that day. I don't know. The only thing that I find frustrating is that all of the hatred, all of the disinformation, all of the blatant racism, all of that's on there, and little me with my, humble 250,000 people around the globe, and no advertisers, not making any money, and none of that, I'm the guy that gets it. I don't know.
Well,
I don't even know what to say about it.
And I think a lot of that has to do with the other people that they don't go after, like the haters and stuff. They could be supporters of some sort. Just the same as with Moms of Liberty and the other hate groups. And I think somebody gets a bug up the rear end, and they see something that they don't like, and then boom, that's gone. No explanation needed. Because I know I've reported so many people that were spewing hate and stuff to people in our community, and requesting them to be banned and blocked and stuff. And they said, "Oh, well, that doesn't go against our rules." I just read the rules. It does so. It's right there. But you can't get nowhere. You can't talk to anybody on the phone.
Oh God, no.
So, they see an email come in and boom, they ignore it.
Randall, go ahead, mate. Real quick, we got only 15 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm sorry I call in earlier, Jeff.
No worries.
COPD's really kicked in today against me. But anyway, I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents on you wanting to make all elections in PA on even years. Like, that's what North Carolina does, for example. And their ballots are pages and pages long. If you throw in national and state elections and every 4 years president, and you throw in your local elections, whether it's a township council or borough council, and you throw in school board, and then you throw in judges, because judges are elected in odd years. All your county judges, your Commonwealth county judges are elected. Your state appeals courts, state Supreme Court, they're all elected on odd years, number of years. And those ballots would be so long. People, I'm telling you, people, as it is now, people don't go to the bottom. They leave the bottom of ballots blank. Because it's just, now that we've gone to paper in Pennsylvania, it takes a long time to fill out a ballot. Whereas a machine before, it was zip, 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 you know, and you were in and out voting. And now it just takes a long time to vote. And so I just wanted to throw that in. And,
I can certainly understand what you're saying. Because look, you know me, I'm not perfect. I'm happy to learn things that I don't know. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're wrong. I certainly hear you. I think it actually makes sense. I get it. My point is that we're having school policies, budgets, directions, I guess would be the right way to say it. The entire direction flow of a school board are being determined sometimes by 5% of the voting public in a municipality. The judges, I've said on this show 100 times before, should not be elected. The federal model works just fine. Just fine. The executive nominates, the legislative advice and consent. Works in DC, it can work here. And they do the same thing in 42 states. It might be 44. Pennsylvania is one of only either 6 or 8 states. Forgive me, I'm working from memory, but it's either 6 or 8 states that does it this way. So I think we can modernize ourselves that way as well. That will shorten your ballot. But I think it's even more important. Again, I'm not discounting what you say, because you're right. Some people are lazy. They'll do page 1 and forget about page 2. I get it. But especially with the proliferation, I said that slow so I didn't mutilate the word, with the proliferation of electronic voting machines, where the screen will just continue when you finish voting for a certain office, it can move off to the side and it will walk you through the whole ballot. And the increased turnout, participation that even year elections bring us, I'll take the fact that it might be long. Besides, Pennsylvania doesn't mail out sample ballots anyway. Now, in New Jersey, in a civilized state, where you get a sample ballot, a paper sample ballot mailed to you for every election, yeah, it might be a damn big piece of paper, might even be a booklet. But such is the price of democracy. Do we care or don't we? We don't do sample ballots in PA anyway, so it's not like there's going to be an added cost for that. So I hear you. I certainly understand why you would feel that way, but I think the benefits outweigh the costs. So what else do you have, sir? And I'm very sorry that you're not feeling well. Please, I tell you every time you call here, I'm very mad at you for not paying attention to my directions. I tell you every time you call to take care of yourself, which you clearly aren't doing. So now I demand that you take care of yourself. For God's sake, don't make me drive down there. What else do you have?
We don't want to drive down here, man.
We got about.
I live in the little encore of Trumpites here in Delaware County.
Yeah.
So
we got 5 minutes left. What do you got?
That's all.
That was it.
I just wanted to thank Janelle for coming on. Thank you, young lady.
And let's not forget Theresa too. That was a lot.
And yes, Theresa was.
It was exceptionally brave of Theresa to come on here.
Yep.
Those are family details, and by no means does she. I said that backward. By no means do we deserve to hear all of that from her. She volunteered it, and that's awesome. But that's also brave. Those are family details. It's powerful for her to share that story. And
well, in addition to Jeff, when people do that, that actually helps educate other people, because nobody has, unless you're in the situation, nobody has any idea how it goes. They don't know what goes on behind the scenes. Just in my journey, nobody ever knew what went on behind the scenes for me. I was the only one that knew that. But my wife knew it as our marriage went on, and you know, luckily we've been married 43 years this year, and we're still hanging in there. But you know, that's another exception. There's not too many that happens to. It is increasing now. It's getting better, but you know, it's still not to where we want it. But the question is, will it ever be where we want it?
For someone who's only going to be having their 39th birthday, it's amazing that you've been married for 43 years.
No, I told you I'm special, ain't I?
All right, bye-bye, folks.
Hey, you better take care of yourself. Randall's the best. He's the absolute best. I really do hope he takes care of himself. COPD is not fun. I have asthma, and it's not the same thing, but it's still good. Mike Jackson mentions in the chat, democracy. Well, voting doesn't work well because so many people can't seem to be bothered and go vote. The extremists on both sides are really driving everything in elections. Often this time, I refuse to buy the fact that there are extremists on the left. Show me what the hell the radical left does. Healthcare is radical. Education is radical. I don't see what it is. I respect you if you feel that way. I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'm here to convince you of something, but I'm not here to disrespect your thoughts. I don't know what the hell radical left is. I don't think it exists. But okay, you said that. I'm reading it anyway because I'm privileged that you're here. I appreciate it. I just don't agree with it. What's crazy to me is it seems like we didn't hate each other with every fiber of being in a different party when I was younger 20 years ago. I agree with you. That's correct. This hate started with Nixon. I have said that on this program 1,000 times. It started with Nixon. Nixon declared war on the Democratic Party. The break-in at the Watergate building in an election that Nixon was going to win going away because he didn't think he was going to win big enough. He declared war on the Democratic Party. Ronald Reagan did the same thing. He did it by attacking the quote-unquote welfare queens. What he meant was poor Black women. He gave his first, he announced his presidency on Liberty Island in the shadow of, with the Statue of Liberty behind him. His first speech was in Philadelphia, Mississippi, where the Department of Justice, the FBI, the civil service workers were, civil rights workers were murdered, and their murders were covered up. He spoke there and talked about states' rights. When was the last time a presidential candidate talked about states' rights? The Civil War. And then, of course, Karl Rove and George W. Bush, they packed a Supreme Court and picked a president for us, one we didn't elect. This war is one-sided, and it didn't start on the left. Mike actually mentions he lives 20 miles from Philadelphia, Mississippi. Obviously, I've never been there, never set foot in Mississippi, so I hope there's some sort of memorial there. But that's where Reagan gave his first speech after he declared his run for the presidency. Went to Philadelphia, Mississippi. Talked about states' rights, welfare queens, and ending government, ending quote unquote big government. Anyway, Janelle, have a good night. I'm going to chat with George for a couple seconds, and then we're going to hand it over to Sergeant Mack. I am so grateful to you. This is a long show, and the fact that you hung in for the whole thing, believe me, extra Oreos for you. I will get them to you as soon as I possibly can.
I don't quit.
But as I have told you before, both on the show and offline, you are always, always welcome here. And I hope that you will continue to come back and visit us when there is anything important that you feel we need to know about. You know how to get here. You know how to find me. And it doesn't have to be for 4 hours either. A quick, couple of minutes. Your folks need to know about this. Drop a link and then back to your life. So thank you immensely. I don't have enough words for my gratitude and my humble and sincere thanks to you.
Well,
and for everything that you continue to do, not just what you share with us here, but everything you continue to do day to day.
Yeah, you're welcome, and thank you for having me back and being that ally for our community. And thank you, George, for everything that you're doing and everybody else involved with the show. It's a great show, and I hear a lot of talk about it. So that's the name of the game, and we got to keep Jeff on. So
Buy some advertising, folks.
there you go.
Thank you, and Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year
All
to
right.
you.
Same to you, and thank you everybody for listening. Bye.
That's Janelle Crossley. It's been a long show, but a very, very important one. I mean, this is how we sink. This is how we sink or swim as a society when we start looking at the other. We have to stop making people the other. We're better than that. We're better than that. Here's what's coming up. We are scheduled to be with you next week. It is our year-end roundtable, a discussion of just looking back at 2022, looking ahead to 2023, what we hope will be a somewhat lighthearted, fun, happy discussion. We are then off for 2 weeks because Christmas actually falls on a Sunday, New Year's falls on a Sunday. We're certainly not going to do that. So we will be with you again January, or we're scheduled currently to be with you again on January 8th. So we're with you next week. That's the 18th. Then off for 2 weeks for the holidays, back on January 8th. On our homepage, that other side of information, there is a poll question about where we should continue to stream the program. Please have a look at it and vote. This is a democracy. And lastly, in addition to where we're going to stream this program and discussions of the future of this program, I make an appeal to whoever is still out there listening. And if you catch this on the recording on YouTube, please consider advertising on this program. It is very, very, very cost efficient. Democrats buy things. We can write a script. I will read it. I'll read it every half hour. And because the program lives on in a recorded form, so does your ad. I hope you will consider it. George, we got less than a minute left. Thank you and welcome home, my friend. Thrilled that you are here. Hopefully you will be here next week. And any last thoughts you want to throw out there before we pass the baton?
You forgot to ask Janelle what flavor Oreos she wanted.
You are correct. I will have to do that.
We have to find that out.
There's too many flavors.
I know.
To be blunt. I mean,
should have asked her when she was here. Very sorry. So
no, I should have. You're right.
right.
I should have, but there's way too many freaking flavors now. Honestly, I will say though, I'm very, very partial to the white fudge covered ones that they make at Christmas. You put them in the fridge. Yeah, they get a little bit colder and a little harder. They're brilliant. Absolutely fantastic.
I'm done after that, but because
Folks,
we only have 1 minute left.
I know, less. Folks, that's it for us. For DJ Lex, DJ Earl, everybody at Hot 101, for Marquise, Whitney, everybody at TCP, for Kristen, April, George, Lynn, and everybody with the show, we love you. We'll see you next week. Sergeant Max starts right now, The Villain's View.